Well, hello everyone. How are we doing? Sorry for the slightly delayed start. A previous appointment ran a little bit long, so I was like scarfing food very fast. Didn't choke? Still alive. Hello everyone, welcome to the Real Purple website. Did I hydrate? I have water. So I'm halfway there. Well, hello to South Africa. Goodness. I'm just realizing my fun little music visualizer things on our screens are broken. I think I updated... This is on a new machine, so there's still a few kinks I'm working out, and I did update to the latest version of OBS. I think it might have broken my little music visualizer plugin. I'll get that fixed before next time. Not that it matters that much. I just want it. We did design our logo, or like our kind of like that Play Frame Plus logo thing. Yeah. With some of Dan Jones's help. Dan Jones helped with a lot of the early design stuff for a lot of our channel stuff. Thanks for subscribing, a bunch of you, by the way. Alvius Fuhrer and Ibiwiz. So yeah, I definitely need to update a few plugins, but if that's the only thing that broke, then I'll take it, because it's just a fun visual effect that I like and that no one else would have noticed if I didn't say anything. So it goes as a perfectionist. Oh, are we hype training already? You good folks. So this is gonna be fun. I've not played Final Fantasy V in a while. It's been 2 or 3 years at this point. So like before I started even producing and editing the first animation of Final Fantasy video, I made sure to play through every one of the Final Fantasy games that I intended to cover. Every numeraled Final Fantasy, and it, including direct sequels. So, oh goodness, thank you for gifting so many subs, Tiefling Finn. It's very kind of you. Generous besides. So I have played all of these Final Fantasy games because I wanted to see the big picture first before I started writing about individual parts. I wanted to know what the whole journey was going to be. Most important FF5 question, is the protagonist's name going to be Bartz or Butts? I think it's going to be, in this translation, starting as Butts. We'll fix it. Because it's just really hard. It's really hard to take the rest seriously. Look, it's charming for sure, but since I'm doing this playthrough to capture footage specifically for the New Frame Plus video, then I want the footage I have to be specifically with that like video in mind. And since Bartz is the established canon name for the character, we'll change it to Bartz. That's how it goes when I'm recording footage for New Frame Plus. I want that footage to be as like factory standard as possible. You know, I don't know what this translation will have Kryle's name as. If they let us fix it, I will. Not least of, like, if for no other reason than it's the one character in this game who does have a canon pronunciation now. And I'll take any I can get. I guess Bartz has it as well. Bartz has shown up in, like, Dissidia before, right? So yeah, what we're going to do here is we're going to play through all of Final Fantasy V. I am doing this to get footage for a future New Frame Plus video studying the animation. As such, I may occasionally play a little bit weird. We may stop and just kind of look at animations now and then. We will try to make use of as many jobs as we can. Because the job system in 5 is a very important element to the animation in this game. And yes, this is a fan translation. We're working with a emulation on this one because it is the best compromise, I think, between getting an accurate look at what the original pixel art and animation looked like while still being able to make it look as pristine as possible for video purposes. So for a lot of the early 8 and 16-bit era, I've been using emulation for footage capture. Past that, from 7 onward, it's all on original hardware, running through upscalers when necessary. I've gone a bit overboard trying to get the best looking footage of all these games as possible and trying to make it look consistent, which is in part why I'm playing through 5 again, because my original capture of the Super Nintendo era, some of the settings I had made it kind of look a little bit out of place. Like there was more like a bilinear filter across all the original 16-bit footage, which looks fine, but is like made it look kind of not quite. It didn't match the 8-bit clean stuff as much. So, and honestly, in going back and replaying through Final Fantasy IV for that same reason to get updated footage, I actually noticed a lot more stuff that ended up making it into the video, like whole points worth talking about. And I'm expecting that might happen this time too. So one of the benefits of streaming this is that if y'all notice anything particularly interesting in the animation, you can bring it up and we can like talk about it and look at it. Because I bet we're gonna see some stuff. Silly question for someone who's relatively new to Final Fantasy. Was 5 never released in North America? I remember that 6 was actually 3 here. So yes, for those of you who are not familiar, the original releases of Final Fantasies 2, 3, and 5 did not originally get localized and released in North America on their original hardware for various reasons. Though they were eventually released here in various forms. Final Fantasy V was included in a PS1 compilation along with Final Fantasy VI called Final Fantasy Anthologies or Chronicles, I forget which. I want to say Anthologies. 2 was eventually released on the like a GBA version of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 was bundled together on the Game Boy Advance. Final Fantasy 3 didn't make it here until a DS remake. Or a 3DS? No, original DS remake. So that one took the longest of all of them to make it over here. So, but because this animation series is focused on the original releases and sort of like the story of the progression of animation in this series, then we need to look at the original stuff, which, so in this case means that like emulation is kind of the best we can do. So the version we're looking at is a fan translation. There will be some imperfections in there. But then in this era, there was lots of goofery in the official translations as well. Official translations of 4 and 6 have their quirks. Fun quirks, but quirks all the same. Yeah, the PS1 era as well. Really, translation and localization of Final Fantasy didn't really truly fire on all cylinders until, honestly, 12. It was getting better steadily. Like 7's got a lot of rough stuff. 8 was a notable improvement. 9 was really solid. 10 was really good as well, but then that added the complication of, okay, now there's voice acting, and localizing voice acting and performance is so much more complex and has so much more nuance to it than just translating text. But by 12, like the translation and the localization and the voice acting and all of it is like really like firing on all cylinders and just strong. I'm imagining this is going to be a lot of people's first time experience of Final Fantasy V, which is exciting to me because Final Fantasy V is fun. It is a more light fare, a more like kind of chill fun fare that like Final Fantasy IV and 6 are more dramatic, and Final Fantasy IV and 6 are definitely much more beloved here in the West especially. But 5's got some good stuff going for it. It includes a job system for one, and any Final Fantasy that includes a job system is a fun Final Fantasy. End of true statement. Gracious. Dare Damon, thank you for gifting subs a few minutes ago. I almost missed that bit of generosity. And all the other people who are subscribing also. Goodness, you could... I stop and talk for just a second and y'all go nuts with this hype train. Yeah, hype trains go higher than 5 now. That's apparently a recent thing. I too have a... Aramon, thank you for the bits, for one. I too have a soft spot for Ted Woolsey's curious translations. I think, like, the thing we all have to understand and appreciate when it comes to old video game translations and localizations is, like, localizing is an established discipline in games now that have people with experience. It's a craft that is, largely understood and that money is invested in. That was not the case back then. Like, translators were given barely any time, very few resources. Like, it was a hard job, and they did the best with what they could. And I think Ted Woolsey actually did a pretty great job with Final Fantasies 4 and 6. Which I don't just say because I've actually, like, I've worked with Ted Woolsey before. And so I don't just say this to be nice, though. I really do appreciate, I like the localization and translation work he did. And he's super nice, by the way. When we get to Final Fantasy VI, some of y'all are gonna take issue with some of my name pronunciations. I'll have you know, I asked the source, all right? And he'd be the first to tell you that anything that, like, Square Enix officially releases, or, like, if they go and add voice acting for those characters in the future, and pronounce the names a certain way, then he would say that supersedes anything that he came up with. But until that day, there's not really much more of a, like, official source we can get. So I better not hear any sass. Thank you for gifting all the subs, by the way. Oh, goodness. Thank you for gifting all the subs, by the way. Cultured Gull. And Kandarian. So early for a Pichu. All right, we've been sitting here chatting for a little bit. We should probably, like, actually start playing the video game at some point, huh? Let me get all set up here. By the way, I know I've got some fellow Final Fantasy XIV players here. If y'all have not seen Final Fantasy V before, you're gonna have a lot of fun little nostalgia hits and bits of, like, oh hey, I know that music. Nah. I know that character. I know that enemy. There's a lot of Final Fantasy V and 14. At least 6 pieces of music have had rearrangements and versions in 14. At least 3 characters, maybe 4. Whoa. Goodness. Thank you for gifting all those subs, Patchy. That's very nice of you. The generosity, though. You're all too darn kind is what you are. But okay. Swapping on over. Losing the chill music for a sec. Because it is time for classic tunes. 5's got a lot of great music in it, by the way. And some beautiful art. 5 is the first... Like Final Fantasy IV, I mentioned in that video that it really does feel like one of the 8-bit games with kind of a 16-bit coat of paint, like a paint over. With Final Fantasy V, they've really started kind of figuring out what this hardware can do a bit more. So, like, environments and everything are much prettier. Especially, like, town areas. Like, some of the towns and, like, river and water, like, water in towns is really lovely looking. And they do fancy things like this. The opening sequence to Final Fantasy V, they go real extra with it. It's like a whole big cinematic theatrical story intro. Uematsu has composed a score to it that is timed with the music. Like, they're not just playing a music loop over it. He scored the intro. The presentation really, like, steps up a lot with 5. And then 6 just knocks it out of the park. Here is already a theme which Final Fantasy XIV players will know. You know it in a slightly different rhythm. But this is the main Final Fantasy V theme, and it's very, very good. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is definitely the victory lap after all this. I feel like I enjoy the play of 5 more because job systems are fun, but visually 6 is just really, no other Final Fantasy in the 16-bit era can compete. Chrono Trigger can, though. Chrono Trigger's actually better animated, but that's just comparing two extremely good things. Darn, Chrono Trigger is good. All right. Starting a new game here, people. It's happening. I'm very excited. Enjoyed this whole intro, which, again, has been scored. See, look at this. This is already such a huge leap over, like, environment and background art in 4. Celia Nuka, I would love to eventually do the animation of Chrono Trigger. I may not stop to do it along the way. Like, I may skip over that as I work on Final Fantasy animation videos because they're taking long enough, frankly. But I would love to go back and talk about Chrono Trigger someday because... Oh, I should actually read these. Father! Do you really have to go? Lena, you need to protect the castle. You mustn't follow me. But... Something about the wind bothers me. I must go check the crystal of the wind shrine. Yes, I can feel it too. But by yourself? Don't worry. See if y'all can notice what the animation improvements are before I start talking about them. And yes, fear not, the recorder is going. I'm recording this as well as streaming it. And yes, Lena's hair is very pink. The vibes are off, Lena. We need meme translation patches of all these old games for my amusement. Thank you for the bits, Angel Colonna and Cultured Gull and Ian Boyd. I'm gonna miss a lot of people's, I'm gonna miss thanking a lot of people as we do this. I'll try to thank folks near the end, though. The wind stopped. The wind stopped. I've got to hurry. The wind. Has something happened to Father? Listen to this score, though. Listen to him go. What? Like, in this era, this is a flex. There's our boy. And our boy's bird. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Now, the Chocobo's first appearance was in Final Fantasy II. They've been around since then, but I think this is the first time the Chocobo's more of a character. It's very loud, game. Well, here we are. Game begin. Hooray. Hang on, let me stop and restart my recording because I'm just turning the input volume down on that. That was clipping hard. Not that I need the audio, really, for the footage for my video, but all the same, might as well make sure it's coming through nice and clean. Okay, we're good to go. Crisis averted. Hey, look at this cute little Chocobo run. A little waddle. Especially, yeah, these little sprites. The backward sprite is a little wonky because they're basically just flipping the sprite back and forth with every step. So this is sort of like flip, 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 just very fast. But forward, it gives the head kind of like this little back and forth wobble that I love. Look at that, how cute. Anyway. Ah, there's the thing. Poco, wait here. Good bird. And here we go. I'd be super interested to see what Final Fantasy VII would have looked like as a Super Nintendo game. We begin. Active time battle system still in effect, although now we can actually see, like, the meter filling, indicating how close we are to a character being able to take a turn, which is a very appreciated addition. This does sound like Sonic drowning music, doesn't it? It's very stressful. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you very much for helping me. I'm Lena. And you? I'm... Please select a name. Yeah... Let's, No. Bart's... I think we'll go with that. So I tried looking this up because I was just really curious. I think the name as it was like intended to be, because like I think his last name is like is it Klauser or like Kreiser or something? It's a very like German sounding name. So I think they were going for like a Batz, like B-A-T-Z, which I think has been at some point sort of like a shortened like German surname. Klauser. Okay, so that's the last name. And then the fan translators saw like Batsu and thought, oh, Butts, I guess? Close enough. But I think we'll go with Bart's, which is his official name, translated name. I'm Bartz, journeying with a chocobo to nowhere in particular. Bartz. This thing suddenly came falling from the sky. The blast sent me flying and I fell unconscious. Is it a meteor? A meteor? Might it have something to do with the wind stopping? Thank you so much. I wish I could repay you, but I must hurry. Hey, wait a sec. Did you hear something? Huh? Ugh. By the way, if you play the newer, like, Pixel remasters, like, the translation and localization, the text is going to be stronger than this. This is just... this is just a fan translation from back in the day. So it's going to be... It'll be rough around the edges. It's coming from over there. Let's go see. By the way, you're probably already seeing some of the improvements in emote animation. There are a lot more emote poses this time. Are you all right? Where am I? Oh, my head. Hey, look at that. What's with me? I can't remember. I can't remember a thing. You hit your head. Is it amnesia? Ah, that's right. My name's Galuf. Anything else? No, I can't remember anything besides my name. Oh, there you go, Final Fantasy XIV fans. Your first character. I'm really very sorry, but I have to hurry. Where are you going? The Wind Shrine. The Wind Shrine? I have a feeling that's where I needed to go, too. I'll go with you. But... I must go. Please, take me with you. Bartz, what about you? I'll continue my journey. Bartz, thank you so much. Goodbye. Farewell. Well, let's go back to see Boko. Boko, let's go. And we're off. That was even a little chocobo nod there. Hadn't noticed that before. Even Boko's got some little emotes and such. See, look at that. That's a thing. That's an action they just couldn't make read in 4 with the poses they had. There's no way. Ouch. Boko, don't stop so suddenly. Why are you giving me that look? Wark, wark, wark. I guess that's Boko. I know. It's an old man and a girl, and there are lots of goblins around here. Got it, Boko. Yeah, look at the little nods. Oh, jeez. Eek! Ah! Boko, let's hurry. What? Run! Oh, jeez. Waiting. There we go. Oh dear. Keep running. Sonic is drowning somewhere. But we have no time. Hey, Bart's. Thank you so very much. I'll stop that. The meteor's shocks collapsed cliffs and made the ground split. And now the road to Tule's been blocked. But I have to get to the Wind Shrine. Oh. To the Wind Shrine. Got to hurry to the Wind Shrine. This old geezer, too. You know what? I'm gonna go with you. What? Really? My dad, he said for me to travel the world and see things. And besides, the wind is calling. Say what you want, but isn't the truth that you just want to be with this girl? Hey, you were awake! Of course I was. There's so many emotes now. But the road's been blocked. What'll we do? But we must go. Yeah, well then, let's go. Top shelf dialogue. The expressiveness, though, considerably better. All right, so hold up, because for some folks who are Final Fantasy XIV players and who are probably kind of recognizing this music, but they're not sure from where, I'm gonna help you. This section especially. I guess you'd have to be pretty far in 14 before you're gonna hear this, but it's also one of my favorite, like, new pieces of music in the game. All right, some of you are getting it. So hold on. We'll swap over here real fast. XIV has some killer covers. Anyway, we're not just going to sit here and listen to the whole 14 song. I just wanted to... I wanted to provide relief for those of you who were, like, hearing it, but not quite able to make the connection. Anyway. You're welcome. Now then. Where were we going? This'll work. Actually, can I save? Am I allowed? I am allowed. Let's save. So, as it is right now, we don't have any jobs. We just have the default like, normal base level job, which isn't anything special and doesn't have much for abilities. That'll change eventually. Now listen, I could sit here and listen to the Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack all day, but I need footage of this game. A cave in such a place. It must have been formed by that earthquake. Bucko, it's dangerous ahead. You gotta stay back here. What? It's not anything similar to how a chocobo sounds, but it's what I've got on short notice. Also, the random encounter rate in 5 is nuts. It is extreme. So, get used to a lot of battle theme. I hope you like it, because you're gonna hear it a lot. It's just as well. We got a lot of jobs to level up. that spring. Yes. Spring of recovery. Stuff restored, that's great. And also look how pretty water looks in this. Like compared to how it looked in 4. That's really cool looking. That just looks refreshing. And look at like the rise and fall of the water there. Like, you can feel it rippling. That's a gorgeous water line for this era. Someone stayed late. Making that look like that. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking animation a lot. Granted, we'll kind of like run out of new animation to talk about as we go. It's all right though. It's just how it goes with these old pixel art ones where there's not a lot of new... there's not a lot of custom animation for specific scenes or anything, so once you've played for a while, you'll probably see almost all of it, and then they'll just be... you'll just see that same stuff used over and over. Once we get to like 7 though, then there'll be lots of stuff to talk about, and then from then on, just an exponentially increasing amount. Granted, I have all the footage I need of like 7 and onward, but I may end up streaming them before making the videos anyway, just to get eyes on the games again and to refresh my memory, and also to give chat a chance to like point out things that I've not noticed yet, because I just really feel confident that's going to happen. Will Final Fantasy X be a 4-hour video? No, not all videos. Like the escalation in length that happened with Final Fantasy IV video, that's not going to be, like, that's not a sign of how much longer all these videos are going to necessarily get. Like, I expect the video on 5 to be a good bit shorter. Because while there's definitely stuff to talk about, there's not as much that's going to need talking about. Or I think I can cover it in much less time. I'm not sure what 6's is going to look like. 7's is probably going to be chunky. Anytime we're talking about new hardware and new approaches and stuff, there's going to be a lot to cover. That button. Hey, look at them hiding behind the cliff edge with their little emotes. See, the more poses they have, the more just material they have for movement, the more clever reuses for those poses they can find to have them emote or appear to do actions in the world. They actually managed to create some interesting and somewhat readable actions on the world map and in towns, just using the emote poses and combining them in interesting ways. I want to make it, look, I would make a 4-hour video, but it would take me like 2 years to make, and I feel like I already test my patrons' patience enough. We got a helmet. I'm gonna wear it. Who needs a helmet? Lena, you're getting hit a lot. You want a hat? It'll help. There you go. No, you are all very patient. Patrons have not been pestering me about, like, I don't mean to imply that patrons have at all been impatient with me. It's just a pressure I put on myself. Honestly, anybody who's been dissatisfied with the, like, rate of release for New Frame Plus videos, like, can, and probably have already, just stop supporting, which is totally okay. I encourage them to do so if they're dissatisfied with that, just because, like, I need to... I've been making a much more conscious effort recently to try to fend off burnout on my part, and part of that is just being okay with... Oh, what's that? Being okay with releasing New Frame Plus videos less frequently when I don't have the time or the energy to give them. Which is just how it goes sometimes. That ship. How does it sail without wind? Let's go this way first. Go to the town to the left instead of the temple first. You'll get an extra scene at the end. Oh, hey, thanks for the tip. I didn't know this. Like, I've played through this game and already written some rough drafts of scripts that suck and that I'm throwing away on this game. So I'm, like, somewhat familiar with the animation. But with the game itself, I've only got just sort of, like, passing knowledge having played through it once. So I'm sure there's stuff y'all will know about it that I don't. Ooh. Pirates. With fun music. Oh, look out. This must be the pirates' hideout. So that ship we saw was a pirate ship. I wonder if we couldn't get a ride. These are pirates we're talking about here. Well, then we haven't but to sneak the ship ourselves. Hey, old man, you're more daring than I thought. We're gonna steal a ship. And maybe hit a button. Just to see what it does. Can't really tell what it did. But, let's just sneak over here. That was easy. Stealing ships is easy. We're off. Faris, what's wrong? It's no use. It won't move at all. What's going on here? And just what do you think you're doing? How bold you are. Just gonna sneak in here and steal my ship, eh? I'm Tycoon's Princess Lena. I apologize for trying to just take your ship like that. Tycoon's princess? Please lend us your ship. I must get to the Wind Shrine. My father's in danger. Heh, you're Tycoon's princess. This one's gonna be worth a lot. Stop. I beg you. That pendant. Keep him locked up. Yes, Captain. Dang. Stealing ships is harder than I thought. This is great. Who the heck said we should steal this boat anyways? Hey there, old man. I think that was you. Oh, my head hurts. I can't remember. What a convenient excuse. These are the jokes, people. But that sure was a shock, that Lena was the princess of Tycoon. I'm sorry, I wasn't intending to hide it. But why were you going to the Wind Shrine by yourself? Because my father's there, and when the wind stopped, I thought something bad had happened. So I snuck out of the castle alone, and then that meteor came falling from the sky. Oh, that's a sort of slightly fancier scene transition, just panning over to a different part of the ship. Why would the Princess of Tycoon have the same pendant as me? She said her father's at the Wind Shrine. We're headed for the Wind Shrine. Still tied up. Just hopping. Captain, what should we do with these people? Untie the ropes. Hurry up. Why? I'm saying that I'm gonna lend you my help. Isn't that good enough? We're off to the Wind Shrine. Are you guys gonna listen to me? Answer me. Aye, sir. But with the wind stops, how will the ship move? You really want to know? Sildra, why don't you introduce yourself? Dog. About that? Sildra and I grew up together. We're basically brothers.
Fuck you.
Large water dog. We're off. Ah, good times. Man, 5's music is good. Like, all old Final Fantasy music is good, but you just don't hear or see a lot of 5 out here in the West. Would you like me to navigate until we get to the Wind Shrine? Actually, that'd be great. I don't know where it is. And yeah, I am analyzing the animation as I play a bit. I mean, I've played through it before, so I know most everything about the animation in this one for the most part. But when I went back through 4 recently, I did actually notice some more things that made it into the video than I had the first time. So I'm guessing some more bits and pieces are gonna. Whoop. We need to go to the town first. Right, yeah, so we are going to the town first. I almost forgot, and then I didn't. But now we got our party assembled. No jobs, but we'll get there. One thing that Final Fantasy V does have going for it is replay value. Like, much as I love Final Fantasy IV's, like, approach to jobs and combat roles, where every character's combat role is informed by their, like, character and who they are, it does mean that they all play pretty rigidly, like your party comp is decided for you all the time. Beer! Beer! Pirates, you see. I'm going to. So where's the extra scene? Where do I go? Should I take you to the beginner's house? No. Wow, you're confident. Welcome to town. At the pub? Okay, the extra scenes at the pub. Let's go to the pub. Beer, 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 etc. Hey, pirates. You guys gotta have some too. You gotta try this beer. Captain, I love you. We're only helping you out because the captain said so. The pirate's leader? The leader went upstairs. Hey, hang on. Hello. Have a seat there and look this way. Oh, okay. Special service. Oh, they do dances. With... Hang on. I beg your pardon. Squaresoft. The scandal. What? Oh, there's a guy down here. I was wondering what was going on. It's like, I'm not peeking or anything. By the way, let's see if we can play the piano. Not very well. Hang on. Well, I got better at the piano, though. You get better at the piano as you play the game. And keep practicing. Hello? Hold on. I'll go take a look. Oh dear, a crush. Parts? Is something wrong? No, nothing at all. Maybe I'm just going crazy? Get out of the way. This is not behavior I endorse. Beautiful. Makes my heart throb. Yes, definitely the, oh no, he's hot. What are you two babbling about? I really wish that Lena would go in and have the same effect. Actually, no. The more I think about it, no, I don't want that, but... I slept well. What are you guys doing? Snap out of it. Sorry, but I'd like to be left alone for a while. See you later. That's fair and reasonable. Anyway, we've gotten up to a good bit of nonsense. Let's go to the actual shrine, though. Oh. Hey, were you trying to leave me here? No, sorry, you were in your room. I was about to say I wonder if I should go buy equipment, but we don't have, like, jobs or anything. What do we have for items? A few potions? Maybe we should... Maybe I can afford something. That may not be a terrible idea. Favorite song of the game? I don't know if I can narrow that down. There's a lot. There's a lot of good music in this game. The main theme is great, and all the different uses of the main theme. Yeah, it's impossible to narrow down. All right, so that's a magic shop. Not gonna be useful yet. Weapons, maybe. I don't think Galuf has a weapon yet. Armor. This is Zock's house. Someone you know? Yes, he's the man who built the gate to the Torna Canal. Cool. I'm looking for an item shop, though. Maybe there's not one. Oh, it's the beginner's house. A place for tutorials, which I don't think I need. I hope I don't need. Are you beginners? I mean, sure. Maybe there's animation in here, who knows? Please, come on in. Thank you. Beginners only in here. If your hair becomes white, you're aging. I guess it's true, huh? Your status levels will steadily decrease. Put characters with weak defense power like magic users in the back row. When you push left while on the menu screen, the cursor will move over to the characters, and there you can push the A button. By doing this, you can shift between the front and back rows. I appreciate them having all this in the, in a place where you can opt into it if you want. I was saying earlier that, like, 5 is very replayable. The job system means that you can just, like, try, challenging yourself to only beat the game with certain jobs. I think there's an annual thing that people do where, like, okay, It's this annual thing where I have to do a dice roll to see which 4 jobs I have to beat the game with. And it's like a challenge mode that people do. 4-job fiesta, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. And I love that. Like, you can't do that with a lot of old Final Fantasies. Undead monsters and ghosts can be defeated with restorative spells and items, like cures and potions. Oh, it's a charity event. That's great. The character who is normally displayed in walkabout mode is the first one in the lineup. To change this, select and move them, and yeah, okay. Be sure to save frequently. Do you want an explanation about the job and ability system? Why not? It's important. Also, a chocobo comes out to teach us. The warriors chosen by the crystals gain the powers of the ancient heroes that rest within them. Thus, they are granted jobs. Very Final Fantasy XIV. By using a job, each of the 4 warriors can gain special skills of that job. These we call abilities. So yeah, you level up your character's, like, experience level, but you level up jobs independently as well. And the further you get each job, the more skills you learn within it. When you select a job or any abilities, your equipment will for a moment be removed. Don't worry, it will automatically be re-equipped with optimal equipment. By combining jobs and abilities skillfully, you can create new types of characters. You might make a black mage that can jump or a knight that can use white magic. As an example, let's create a knight that uses white magic. First, select the white mage for a character's job. Then, as you gain ability points, or ABP, in battle, you will eventually earn the white mage's ability, White. Next, change the character's job to Knight, then select White from the ability menu. Select equipment for your Knight, and now you have a Knight that uses white magic. So yeah, you can even, like, sort of multi-class in this. And it incentivizes you to level up a lot of jobs on your various characters because that's additional secondary abilities you could attach to them. There's a lot of customization in this, and it's really fun. Be on the lookout for secret passages. For example, you can pass through the wall on my left. Also, if any character is a thief or has the passages ability, you'll be able to see these hidden passages. And that's cool. So let's see. Oh, right you are. Mine. I take this as permission to rob you. Sometimes there are things hidden in objects like treasure boxes and pots. You should try to look for them. Let's try the rest of these just in case. Yep. 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 I don't need to shop anymore, so that's good. Thanks, beginner house. Numbers will pop up in battle. White numbers show damage, green numbers show recovery. There's a present from me inside this box. That's a monster. You've tricked me. Oh, Faris isn't here because Faris is in the pub. Ha. It's not a good gift. The gift was a valuable lesson about trusting strangers. And shoes, also. Leather shoes. Wait mode. You can change the battle mode to wait in the config menu. During battle, time will stop while you choose your commands. This allows you to select magic and items at your own pace. I should do that, since I'm streaming and want to actually engage with chat ever. Oh, it already is there. Great. Great and good. The rest of this is all fine, yeah? Yeah. When your hit points are low, use items like potions or spells like the white cure magic to recover them. Would you like to hear about a few of the more complicated abilities? Oh, please. Double grip. With this, you hold a weapon in one hand and leave the other hand empty. That... What? In other words, you wield a weapon with both hands and your attack power doubles. Badly explained, but I get it. Dash. While in places like towns and caves, hold down B while you move to dash. Having a thief in your party is fine as well. Blue magic and learning. The learning and usage of enemy techniques is blue magic. When a blue mage or a character that has the learning ability is hit by certain enemy techniques, that character learns that technique. Then a blue mage or a character with a blue magic ability will gain the ability to use these techniques. Now you can learn and use techniques like Goblin's Goblin Punch, Steelbat's Vampire, and Moldwind's Arrow. A lot of weird wording, but I take your meaning. Thank you, Wizard School. I'm gonna go. Thank you for visiting the beginner house. Good house. Good wizards. Dashing isn't working, but... Yeah, I can't dash. Oh well. Let's check. What's our equipment looking like for everybody? Broadsword, leather body, knife. I think Galuf doesn't have a weapon yet, so he's not super useful, but I think there's a sword waiting in the first dungeon. Well, it's not a dungeon, but you know. There's a sword waiting ahead. We'll go get it instead of buying one. Oh, I don't have dash yet. That makes sense. I feel like I... Hold up. So, some of you have noticed that I have down there in the channel points redemptional menu thing, a Dan stop and look at a thing little option. I don't think I should probably write in a better explanation of what that's meant to be. Because it's meant to be like a, hey, there's an animation or an in-game thing you should stop and look at. You're gonna like this. So far, it's mostly just been largely used for... Well, thank you for the example, Stormy. Just sort of highlighting the chat. So I should probably find a better way to clarify the text of that. It does just sort of read, like, highlight this chat message. Which I like that it adds it to a queue for me to see that there's been a request so that I can see, oh, someone wants me to do a thing. But, yeah, that's ideally used for, hey, there's an animation you're going to want to see here, or a cool bit. Yeah, like, tip me, like, point me to something to look at or something like that. I don't know, I'll figure it out. Oh, is highlight not there and Dan's stop was in its place? Oh, interesting. I did just add it, so there might be some, hang on. Maybe I can actually do that now. Maybe I can fix it. Or try to. Good chance to stop for a sip of water anyway. Yeah, highlight my message should still be in there. Here, I'll remove that one for now. And, think it through a little more thoroughly. Put it back later. Oh, when I cover Final Fantasy VII, will I cover the original and the remake, or just the original? I'll cover the original first and come back to talk about the remake when we get to it kind of in time. Because even though it is technically like a remake of the game, it's also effectively a new game, and it definitely has a place in the story of animation progression in the series. I think Hydrate should just have a cooldown on it. It shouldn't be in limited stock. Oh yeah, we removed Big Snack and Big Snake because we want to actually, like, have something happen. Like, there wasn't any text or animation or anything that happened when you pressed those. It just spent points on a thing that said Big Snack or Big Snack, which is fine, but we want it to actually be something fun. Yeah, no, it'll probably be a while till the remake video. Although I did kind of do like a very light version of it with that Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake comparison video I did a couple years ago. That kind of covered some broad strokes, but I want to get way more in depth when we do the video itself. Yeah, there's a lot of channel to-doings. In part because I'm still learning my way around, so I'm doing some things wrong and then needing to redo them, but there's also just like so much channel customization and fun toys you can add for people. Kind of an endless amount. Are there any remakes that I think aren't as good as their original version? Like, in Final Fantasy specifically, or in general? Because, I mean, in general, of course, definitely. There's lots of remakes that are not as good as their original version. In Final Fantasy, they've got various, like, kind of remakes and ports that are usually varying degrees of good. Some ports are quite bad, but, like, it's kind of all over the board. I'm not going to cover all the remakes. Final Fantasy VII is a pretty unique case where it is a remake, but it is also kind of a new game, and it is kind of effectively the next Final Fantasy, like after Final Fantasy XV. You got Final Fantasy XV and then 7 Remake, which improves on a lot of animation. It's their most AAA high-budget animation release since 15, and it's not really a remake at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Chrono Cross PC port is lacking. Most all of Square Enix's PC ports lately are lacking, which is a bummer. Anyway, we should continue. We don't even have jobs yet. All the way up to the Wind Shrine, here we go. Welcome to the Wind Shrine. Princess Lena! What in the world's going on? The wind suddenly stopped and monsters came rushing into the shrine. What about Father? King Tycoon's gone up to the top floor, but he hasn't come back. Something must have happened. The crystal room's on the top floor. Let's go. Faris, thanks. Alright, I think there's some healing water in here somewhere. Pardon me. Are you two just worrying? The machine suddenly stopped responding to our commands. Wait, what machine? What are you guys doing? The wind crystal was being controlled by a machine. Oh, thank you for the explanation. Ah, there we go. All recovered and ready for some fights. Which are this away. Hey, welcome to the stream, Calm Madness. Glad you could join. Glad you've been enjoying the VODs as well. All rewards claimed for this stream. Oh, goodness, did I just give one? I really thought I set up the hydrate one to just be one that needed, like, that had, like a 20-minute cooldown or something. White snake. Hey, a tent. Wait, this is the wrong way. This is the entrance. That center door is what I wanted. Yeah, I'll check up on the hydrate channel point thing whenever we take a break. A sacred power protects this spot. You can rest using a tent or cabin. You may also save the game. We might as well do that. Yep, wrong. There we go. I think this way first. To get hidden item. Yes. More helmet. Good. Sure.
Thank you.
Have a hat. Wait a minute. I heard Donald. Oh, thank you very much for the bits. Do 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 do. Are there randomizers of this game? There might be. I don't really know how randomizers of Final Fantasy would work. I'm sure it... Like, I'm sure there's a way, I've not encountered it before. Oh, you can walk into a wall for a shortcut. Ooh. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Milkoff. It actually makes a lot of sense. This one, of all the Final Fantasies, this one seems very randomizer friendly, just with the whole job system thing being in place. Hey, some level ups. I'll take them. Now I gotta find the dang shortcut. Could I just like walk through? There it is. Ah, that's cool. Just in case there's an item or something. I'll go this way. But that's cool that's there. I don't think there is an item. I'll have that on the way back. That's great. Good tip. How goes the animation and viewing? Solid so far. We've seen, really, like, there's two big picture, like, remarkable things about the animation in 5. The first is the emote pose category gets expanded enormously. It's introduced in 4, but in 5, they really invest much more heavily in it. In 4, I think every character had 4 by default, and then there were like a few unique scene-specific poses. In 5, I think everyone's got closer to like 18, which allows them to do a lot more gesturing, a lot more actions on the world map. It allows them to make blocking more complex, and they can actually show them characters doing specific actions more often, which is great. And nothing. The other big improvement, or not really an improvement, it's just a noteworthy thing, is just a huge increase in scope. Because, like Final Fantasy III, hey, another broadsword, Final Fantasy V has a job system. But this is kind of like a post-Final Fantasy IV world. Characters are the stars of the show now, so you can't, like, you don't want to do that thing that they did in Final Fantasy III where characters just disappear into their job the instant you change them to something else. So instead, every character in this game has a unique set of sprites for every job, and they're all different, and they're all, like, it's a huge increase in combat art sprite scope for the game. And we haven't really seen that in action yet, but not too long from now, we'll get some jobs, and then you will see. Let's beat up this really nice-looking bird boss. Actually, you attack. Because you got the broadsword, you use a potion on yourself, just in case. Top off. That's better. Ooh, shielded up. I'm guessing if I attack the bird in this state, I'll be countered, so I just won't. This is a good healing opportunity. Actually, I probably don't need to. I'll save the potions. Ooh, that stings. Lana, you better top off. You're a little low. Ouch. I don't think the overworld sprites are smaller than they are in Final Fantasy IV. I think they're the same. I'll need to double check that when I'm putting everything together, but I'm pretty sure they are the same size. But they do definitely feel smaller because they're trying to do emotes, but it's with a 16 by 24, or a 16 by 16, or I think it's 16 by 16 sprite, which is very small. Final Fantasy VI is the first game where they just went ahead and had the character sprites be the same size both on the world map and in battle, and it makes a huge difference because the emote poses can be way more detailed, and also it means they can use emote poses in battle, which they start taking advantage of, and that's, like, in retrospect, what a weird limitation that they couldn't do that before. Granted, I think they had to pack more actual hardware into the cartridge with Final Fantasy VI to do that, which means it was more expensive to produce that cartridge, so, like, understandable that they wouldn't have done that before, but, yes, if you're recognizing the name Galuf, there is a character in Final Fantasy XIV who has this character's name. Now, the way that Final Fantasy XIV works, it's not like it's literally these characters dropped into that world. It's just another character named that. The crystal, it's shattered. But yes. Huh? There is a Galuf character in Final Fantasy XIV. And it's not the only character from Final Fantasy V who has been brought in and made a character in Final Fantasy XIV. We are receiving of the crystal's blessing. Yeah, I don't mean to suggest that the characters in Final Fantasy XIV that are allusions to characters in other games are, like, entirely unrelated and it's just the names that get pulled over. Like, the Galuf in 14 does actually share a lot in common with this Galuf, but the way that 14 integrates characters and iconography from the other Final Fantasy games is it kind of, like, brings those elements in and makes them their own. It creates a new spin on them, a new version of them that fits into that world's lore and story and stuff like that, which is a good way to do it, I think. What in the world? It feels warm. The crystal's spirits? Lena. Father. Huh? Listen well. You are the chosen warriors, the four who hold the spirits. Father, what do you mean? The wind crystal has shattered, and it seems as though the other three crystals will as well. You must protect them. An evil spirit is about to return, one that will plunge all into darkness. Father! Go, chosen warriors. Protect the crystals. Father! What are these pieces of the crystal? The crystal pieces, these hold the powers of the ancient heroes that dwell within. Knight, Black Belt, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage, and White Mage. Our first 6 jobs are acquired. Pieces of crystal. They're lending us their power? Let's talk later. We need to get out of here. Lena. If I remember correctly, there should be a warp gate to the outside behind the altar. Well, let's use it then, because I don't want to have to run back through all that. We warp. Oh, hey again, Chocobo. How to use the pieces of crystal. Would you like an explanation of the job and ability system? Is this the same explanation as before? Kind of feels like this. Just in case, here. Thank you for the bits, by the way, Zodiac Shadow and Razahuex, whose name I've probably said wrong. Yeah, I think this is the same. Just as well, it lets me read the things that these folks wrote. Razahuex says, thanks for the gift sub, maybe, Root. Happy you hit partner/affiliate status so quick. Me too. Yeah, after this stream, theoretically, we should qualify for applying for partner, and then we'll see what happens. But, just being an affiliate is nice. It's nice having all these features unlocked. Hey Dan, would you ever consider playing Golden Sun on either YouTube or here? While the games aren't groundbreaking, they do still do a lot of cool stuff for the Game Boy Advance era, and the characters are surprisingly expressive, just with a bit of creative sprite manipulation, emotes, and text effects. I feel like you could get a lot of mileage out of talking about that. I'd love to know your take on it. You know, I'd be game for giving a look to that one. I don't think I've ever played any of the Golden Sun games. Might be a good thing to dip into on a stream. Maybe not committing to like a full playthrough, but just to check it out. I'm totally game for that. Thanks for gifting a bunch of subs, by the way, Anonymous. All right, Bird, thank you. Good bird. All right. Let's save, because we've just achieved some things. And we have jobs now. We should equip those. So, what do we start out with for jobs? We have Knight, who has the cover skill. You can also see what weapons they can equip. And kind of like their categories of abilities. Monks have Brawl and Counterattack. Thieves can dash by holding Cancel and see hidden passages. White mages will have white magic. Black mages will have black magic. Blue mages can learn monster special attacks and normal. I think if you level normal up all the way, it eventually becomes very strong. But, I think. At least I think that's how it worked in later versions. Maybe it's not the same here. Let's start with a Knight for you. And... but see, Knight... Lena as a Knight looks different than Bartz as a Knight. And same as a Monk and Thief, like, they all still look like themselves in various forms with every job. And that's great. That's just such a great touch that required a lot of sprite artwork to do. Be a white mage. Healing is good. You know, we need a blue mage on staff so someone can be learning all the blue mage skills. And maybe a monk wouldn't hurt. Monks are strong. We'll mix it up a lot, but a fine enough way to start. All right. Now we can't save in the boat. Now we save. And we go back to town. Or we look here. Can I do anything here? Oh, the Torna Canal. That was mentioned before. The canal's gates are locked. That's why we need to go see the person who did the canal thing. And back to town. And Faris goes to the pub. Fair enough. With a machine amplifying the wind crystal's energy, we're now able to send boats to very far off places. A ship is supposed to be arriving from Warus soon. No, thank you. I'm good. Yes, I am confident. I've already learned everything the beginner house has to teach. The pirates have taken over the pub. Once, long ago, a dreadful monster was sealed at the bottom of the canal with the power of the wind crystal. That's a story I heard from an old man. Anyway. You. I'm getting dizzy. Well, have fun. The wind seems to be getting weaker. If you continue east after going through the canal, you'll reach a country called Warus. It's flourishing by the power of the water crystal. We should probably at least get something for our white mage here. Oh, don't forget me. Yeah, I was wondering if you were gonna show up here. How may I help you? I appreciate that they show here in the menu who can equip what. That's nice of them. Keeps things a little easier. Oh, it's called Waltz? It's supposed to be called Waltz? Okay, that's good to know. Waters always felt a little weird to say, so Waltz sounds better. Armor-wise, having a shield for these two, don't need 11 of them. 2's fine. Maybe one more. Why not? Let's get everyone all equipped here. We need a shield on you. I guess I could just hit optimum for everyone. That's faster. Optimum. And optimum. There we go. What nice looking water. Still just very impressed by the water. Ooh, also I'm stealing from the town. We should get some spells, or else our white mage is not very helpful. So we're definitely going to want Cure and Antidote. And Scan's cheap, why not? And for whenever we get a Black Mage in here, let's just go ahead and get all of them. Once you've bought the spell, you buy spells in Old Final Fantasy, usually just to unlock it. So, like, now, any Black Mage, anyone we turn into a Black Mage will have access to those 3 spells. Anyone we turn into a White Mage will have access to Cure. It's just kind of how Old Final Fantasy handled things. Zock's house. Ah! Princess Lena! Zock! It's nice to see you again. Zock, I have a favor to ask of you. We need to pass through the Karnak Canal in order to get to Waltz. But now that the wind crystal's gone, that place is infested with monsters. It's too dangerous. And besides, I've lost the key to the canal. Anyways, Princess Lena, please stay at my house for the night. It's a pretty big house. Yay! I love his little hops. Come right this way. Thanks, Zock. Ooh, story. The crystals. Dad used to talk about those, now that I think about it. The crystals must be protected. If anything should happen to me, don't tell Bartz about the crystals. I don't want to burden him with this. It is an odd choice having, like, young Bart's hair be teal blue for some reason. I wonder why they did. Father, I'll protect the crystals. Is anything wrong? No, I was just thinking about my late mom and dad. Please, take this. What is it? It's the key to the canal. With this, you can open the gate and get to Waltz. I've been hiding my worries about Princess Lena. Please keep her safe. There we are, all rested up. Is there anything in here? No. Princess Lena, please be very careful. We'll be careful. Do you have anything? And can I have it? Not to be a bad guest. It's just JRPG tradition, you understand. I don't think we've been inside this building yet. Well, there's the pub. We've been inside there, but I don't think we were in this one. Oh, the inn. Ha! Sucker. I slept for free. Elsewhere. Oh, here's the item shop. Could probably use more than one of these, huh? Oh dear. Can't afford much more, though. Need to make money. Captain, wait up! I'm gonna leave you here. Captain, why? We'll go with you. I'm sorry, you can't. But Captain! It looks like it's gonna be a long journey. Be sure to protect the hideout while I'm gone. Okay, guys? Captain. Please. Captain. Sad pirates. Aye, aye, sir. Take good care of yourself, Captain. Sad Yar. I feel like we should grind a little bit. Just a little. But also, we can start seeing some of our skills, like Kick, the monk skill. We have some white magic now that we can cast, and that's nice. I do wish we were able to see max HP, but we'll manage. So, remind me of mechanics here. Getting ability points really is just a matter of defeating enemies. Yeah, like it's not a case where you have to be using any of the job skills. It's really just beat enemies. The end, right? Okay. I was pretty sure that was the case. Because that's a lot easier to do. None of that Final Fantasy II nonsense. Listen, I don't feel great about punching stray cats either, but these stray cats will take your life. They're not messing around. Elena, what's wrong? The wind crystal has shattered. Now the wind's power is only weakening, but before long the wind will have stopped completely. And after a few years, the sky will not stir, the birds will lose their place to fly. Father said to protect the other 3 crystals. 3 crystals. The crystals of water, fire, and earth. But what if they shatter? For a while, nothing will happen, but slowly the earth will rot, the water will stagnate, cease to flow. The power of fire will be gone and everything will be frozen in coldness. It'll become a world in which man cannot live. We're gonna protect the crystals. Oh, your memory's returned? Nope, but I'm gonna protect them anyways. I'll go too. We have to search for Lena's father. Do you mean the King of Tycoon who disappeared into that shadow? I know he's alive. Lena's father wouldn't just die. Bartz, will you come with us? I was only a wanderer, but when I look at these... the pieces of the crystal, they're lending us their power so we can protect the entire world, and the spirit of the wind. Let's go, to protect the crystals. All right, we're on our way. Also the bird. Maybe we should go check on the bird. It's been a while since we saw the bird. Can we check the bird? Is that even allowed? Not sure it's possible. Bird, are you up here? Bird. Oh. Where'd you go? I thought this is where we left you. Boko's footprints. Could he have chased after us into the cave? Boko, you were supposed to stay. Bad bird. Well, at least we can get all healed up in the very good pixel water. Oh, thanks, by the way, Janice Elvaron, or Giannis, I'm not sure which, for the donation. A hunter is a hunter, even in a fantasy. Indeed. And thanks as well for subscribing, Mortax20 and Healing Song, and Genrian. So kind of you all. Bird, are you in here? Well, if nothing else, we can explore the pirate cave. We had to sneak last time. Who knows what they're hiding in there? And they'll be thrilled to see us. Weird little space they created here. I guess you can save if you want to, or heal. Pirate Cave. Hello, pirates. It's me again. Captain, please take these with you. Whoa, dang. Glad I came here. Y'all did miss me. Some bird that goes wark is having its wounds treated in bed. Excuse me. Well, that's a mix of good and bad news, isn't it? Bird? Bird? Hey, let me... Oh, that's where the... Oh... I wondered. Is Button. Ha! I'd forgotten about Button. Ha ha ha! I rob. So what's back here? We found a funny bird collapsed in the cave. Well, that's no good. Oh, there you are, in bed. Boko! But what? He's hurt. He'd fallen in the cave, so we brought him here. He'll be all right. I'll watch after him. Don't worry about it. Please take good care of him. Just leave it to me. I'm seasick. Oh dear. We're pirates. We do what we like. The earthquake connected our hideout to a weird cave. We'll be all right while the captain's away. Y'all hang in there. Captain, I love you. Yeah, the very on-the-nose dialogue is just a fun, quaint aspect of old JRPGs in general, really. When you had very little, like, even just the number of characters and words you can have are pretty heavily limited, so you just gotta figure out a way to say things with as few words as possible, which means being very, just short and to the point. We shouldn't be too far from leveling up some of these jobs here. They only needed like 10 battle points, or ability points, to get to level 2. Oh yeah, front and back R thing in this game. I should probably move the white mage, huh? Not that it's making a lot of difference in these fights, but later, that would be a smart. There we go. Problem solved. Oh, and we can actually see. Yeah, we're pretty close. Monk will need 5 more than the rest, but the other 2, almost there. Boy, the damage output Monk can do even this early. It's great. Oh, why did I choose to play this over the remaster? Yes, this footage is exactly for the animation of Final Fantasy V video. I need another recording of it, and I figured I might as well stream it. If I was doing this strictly just for the fun of playing through a Final Fantasy game, yeah, I probably would do the pixel remaster. Not necessarily because I like how it looks better. I have mixed feelings about the way the pixel remasters look, but the updated scripts and quality of life improvements and all that stuff, it's pretty great. I don't think I have tried turning on the classic filter thing that they have in the Pixel remasters. I should look into that. I did try applying a mod to make the text font look at least tolerable. It does baffle me and disappoint me just how low effort Square Enix's ports and updates to their old library feel like they have been. As huge a franchise as Final Fantasy is for them, it's not like it's not no effort. People are doing work on these things, but it feels like they're really not, like they're putting kind of just bare minimum money into each of those things, in terms of just cherishing the history of what their franchise has been. I mean, the Pixel remasters are considerably better than some of the PC ports these games had before, because some of those were a real mess. And here we go! Into the canal! Bart, where'd you get the key to the canal? Wherever. Why does it matter? Come on, let's go. We're a trustworthy teammate. It's why everyone likes us. These are some really good enemy sprites. I guess every now and then I should give enemies a chance to use moves just in case I could learn some blue magic from them. That'd probably be smart. Hey, monk level up. Earned build up. I don't know what build up is. I probably have to look up some of these combats, like mechanics and moves and whatnot, outside of game, just because we're kind of before the era where in-game explanations for lots of things was thorough. What is that? It couldn't be. The monster that was sealed in the canal. I'm losing control. We're being sucked in. More strength on next turn? Oh, okay, it's good to know. Does seem kind of like a waste of time when you could just attack twice. Get him, water dog. Seldra, what is it? Stand guard, something's coming. Yikes. Scorpion, lobster prawn. What a mess. Still no blue magic. Someday. Yikes, Lena, that hurt. Do a cure. Boy, Monk really does work, even this early on. I love it. And with the counterattacks even? Gracious. Oh, I'm glad you like the videos, Mr. Pumpkin, and also the way I say squash and stretch. Stop paralyzing my characters, it makes it much harder to fight. Sildra! It's still alive. It's trying to take Sildra with it. Sildra! Let go! Let go of me! Sildra! How's Faris? I think we should just leave Faris alone for a while. This ship, it's being cast away, isn't it? Faris, I'm sure Sildra's alive. Well, boat's just drifting at this point. I can't steer. Where are we? The ship graveyard. A home of undead monsters made by the remains of drifting ships that gathered. Oh, whatever. Let's get out of this place. Here we go. At this location, there is a Final Fantasy XIV dungeon that basically is just a straight-up reference to this place. Is there stuff on the boat? I should check the boat. Catch a few Z's. I don't think I need it, unless... No, we're refilled. We're good. I do not need your Z's, but thank you. Well, let's go. Ah! Skeletons and ghosts. I think. Car cursor. Hey, any of you enemies want to teach me a little blue magic? I'm all for it. I could probably use a lot of white magic out here to great effect. Don't know if I want to spend the MP on it this early on, but... Yeah, car cursor does feel like a mistranslation. Yeah, I do need to look. Maybe in a little bit I'll take a short break, and I'll look up, like, some blue magic lists and stuff like that, because I'm pretty sure we've probably already missed an easy opportunity to get some. Like Goblin Punch, I'm sure we could have gotten by now. The problem is I'm too good at killing goblins. They don't get in any punches. How good can the move be if the goblins all die before they can even punch once? There's some pretty, like, cool looking art for a dungeon, though. I love the theming in this place. Just wandering through these old wrecked ships. It's really cool. Oh, that's cool. I've not seen much emote modification. Oh, does that thing up there give me a map? You know what? I'll check. It didn't seem to do anything, but maybe I didn't click on it like I thought. Now, I know I don't have like a ton of jobs to be really messing around with yet, but are there, for those who are Final Fantasy V experts down there in chat, are there any particular ones that are really good, other than the Blue Mage, to be making some early investments in? I could see Thief being useful for like travel and stuff. Is Chemist a thing this early on? I don't think I have a Chemist. Is Chemist a thing at all? I know it's a good thing in Final Fantasy Tactics. Thief or Monk can max out pretty quick. Red Mage for dual cast once you get it. Yeah, Chemist is a while later, I feel like. Wait, oh yeah, and is it, maybe it's only GBA only as well. It's gonna be a while before we see Red Mage. Monk is definitely good. In fact, I'm tempted to... Well, I'll keep the Knight there. Getting some White Mage leveled up. I'll stick with this for now, but I could probably swap someone else to Monk and really wreck face for a while. I think Dancer is in this game, yeah. Yeah, most of the iconic Final Fantasy jobs all show up here. There is a, I mean, I've said it already, but there is a lot of Final Fantasy V DNA in Final Fantasy XIV. Ooh. Tent. But also nothing else. Let's see how White Magic does against one of these things. Pretty good. Not really worth the MP, but pretty good. I feel like I've hit a dead end already here. Maybe get the flail down south across the rocks. Oh, is there one down? Okay. I must have missed something already. In here was pretty one way. Yeah, I can't go anywhere else in here other than to get the chest. Don't think I can... Oh, wait, I can go over this way. But nothing else. Wait. Nope. Oh, wait, down here is a door. Obviously, it's right there. It's right there. Do you really want to go through here? We'll all get wet. What are you saying? Let's go. As soon as I figure... Ah, stairs. Of course the pirates scared of the water. That's why they have a career on a boat outside the water. Obviously. The one place they can be sure to be outside of the water. On a boat. I do know how to multi-target spells, I just haven't been doing it thus far. Usually, because in most of these games, when you multi-target, it does, like, diminish the damage or healing done to groups. I end up using, like, multi-target for healing a lot down the road. Earn spell learning. Wait, was that not a thing I had before? Hold up. Learn selected techniques of monsters. Wow, okay, no wonder. I couldn't have even learned anything if I wanted to. I need to equip more of these skills. Goodness. Didn't realize these weren't getting auto-equipped. And I need to be paying good attention to... Oh, so Blue Mage has it as is, but you can equip it to other... Right, okay, yes, that's how that works. Now I remember. So if you have the job equipped, you have those skills by default, but the ability slot is like sort of a free slot that you could slot in abilities that any other job you've learned on that character has. So if I leveled Black Mage a ways, I could equip Black Magic down here in a slot, which actually might be a good reason to go ahead and swap to Black Mage, yeah, actually, let's do that real fast. So... you will be a Black Mage now. And you could also heal. Done. Nice. And as long as I can be learning Blue Mage abilities, let's go ahead and swap Galuf's job to something else that's actually more useful until I learn any. Learning counterattack would be nice. Let's see what Thief learns early on. Blue mages in Final Fantasy games, in early ones, tend to be, like, blue magic is often something that you have to spend some work, like, investing in early on to learn all the magic, but it tends to also be extremely overpowered when you do. Not unlike the MMO version in Final Fantasy XIV, where blue mages are just so OP they have to be treated as less of a job and more of a hobby. Really, like, Final Fantasy X is the one exception where blue magic sucks. And that's just because they make it... you can only use it as a limit break on one character. Yeah, poor Kimahri. I like Kimahri as a character, but... as a fighter in combat, Kimahri brings nothing. True. Yeah, I suppose it is also stuck on limit break in Final Fantasy VIII, but Final Fantasy VIII has so many other things that you can break so easily to get bonkers overpowered that you don't really need it. I know I saw a treasure chest back there. I just haven't figured out how to get to it. Maybe I'm going the right way. We'll find out. I feel like I'm not. I am definitely not. Man, I'm soaked. This place seems safe. Let's take a rest. I have to go dry my clothes. Don't peek. Come on, let's dry our clothes. I'm just fine. Really. How can you say that? You'll catch a cold. Hey, stop that. Hey, I said stop. What's going on? Lena Faris is a girl. What's wrong with that? But why? I was found by the pirates when I was little, and they raised me. And you pretended to be a man? A female pirate would just get laughed at. I knew you were too beautiful to be a man. Galuf, you've not been out much. Staggering number of beautiful men to be seen in the world, Galuf. Hey, just remember that not being female doesn't make me any less important. I'm just as good as you guys. Boy, you can tell they're trying. They're kind of trying. It's very grimace and cringe, but oh well. There was an attempt. Yeah. Well, get over it. Time for bed. Ah, slept well. All right, let's get going. What are you doing? Let's go. I still think Faris seems like a man. Who cares? Faris is Faris. Yeah. You know, I'll give him accidental points for that one. The Faris is Faris thing, like, that holds up. All right, let's see. Oh, we're all auto-healed from our rest. Like a D&D. I'll take it. Real quick, I think I'm gonna take a short little break here to grab a snack. Does anyone else need a snack? I feel like we could all use a snack or a drink or something. So hold up, we're gonna do a quick little break. I'll swap to our other screen and get some chill music going again. Where's the chill music? Hold up. Here we go. All right. Chill music's here to keep y'all entertained. And in fact, you know what? I'll restock the water. I'll hit the little add button because that didn't seem to do anything too horrible last time. I'll grab a snack and be back in just a little bit and we'll continue our adventure. Everyone go get what you need. We'll resume soon. Alright, snack acquired. I should look up Blue Magic Final Fantasy V. That would be a good smart thing to look up. Let's see. You only need to learn each blue magic spell once. Every character will have that spell. Once you do, you must win the battle to learn the spell. Blue magic cannot be silenced or dual casted. Good to know. Easiest way to learn blue magic is actually as the Beastmaster class, because that one can control enemies, means you can control their actions in battle and get them to use the exact skill you want. That's cool. But we won't have that for a while. Yeah, Goblin Punch we could learn from any goblins we see. There's like lots of enemies that have various skills, fortunately, so there's usually lots of opportunities. We definitely could have learned Goblin Punch, Arrow, Vampire. I think those are the only ones so far. If we run into any bats or like blood slimes or abductors or whatever, and hopefully the guide I'm reading here is actually like accurate to the original Super Famicom version, and not just like the GBA version and other ones later, because there are changes from version to version sometimes. Anyway, what is my favorite blue magic system between 5, 6, 8, 9, or 10? I honestly kind of like 7's enemy skill materia a lot, just because having the materia equipped on anybody still works, and it's very OP. But I do like 5's. Yeah, I'd say 5's, although I don't remember 6's and 9's very well. 6 was Gao, right? Strago, okay. Oh, that's why I was mixing it up. So like, because Gao and Strago and Realm are all kind of different flavors of blue mage in a way, and 9's Quina, right? Yeah, Quina's also good. I like it in 5 because for the same reason, because it's a job system that any character could be the blue mage, and I kind of like that. But didn't you have to do a whole bunch of like the frog minigame thing to learn more spells as Quina? Like having to do a minigame to earn more was kind of obnoxious, or was that just to get different rewards? It's been a little bit. No, you didn't have to eat a whole bunch of frogs, but it helped. Oh, right, that one powered up one spell, Frog Drop. That's what I was remembering. Okay. And Quina's a great character, so yeah, Quina's up there as a good one. I'd say it's up there between 5, 7, and 9 then for me, for favorite blue magic. And I think 10 is like the perfect cautionary tale for if you don't make blue magic good and it's attached to an individual character, then the character then becomes just completely unviable. Because Kimahri is terrible in combat. Blue magic should have been something that Kimahri could do at any time, not just as a limit break, which was way too rare a thing. Because if Kimahri could do blue magic anytime, Kimahri goes from being unusable to incredibly OP, but in a fun way. But without the blue magic being able to be something that Kimahri could use frequently, Kimahri is just kind of a middle-of-the-road, worse at everything character, and there's no reason you'd ever... When you can swap out literally any party member at any time, and Kimahri is just a worse version of everything, why bring in Kimahri? Oh, so in the original version of 9, and I don't know if it's the same in the PC ports and other ones, Quina's pronoun situation was they basically just sort of did the S/HE, sort of like the he/she sort of combined thing. If they were localizing that today, they totally would have done they/them. I think that's the best equivalent the people involved had at the time. In fact, if they made another like remake or remaster of 9, I would be astonished if they didn't just change it to change to they/them. Because yeah, Quina is definitely meant to be seen as a very kind of like just either non-binary or just like entirely genderless, Quina's just a mystery of a character, but a wonderful one. That is a good point, King of Dome. Like Kimahri being able to learn abilities without having to get hit by it, that is a nice plus. Oh, thank you. Carrie's delivering coffee to me. I was about to say, like, Quinna's gender is hungry. Quinna's gender is chef. I really like Quinna. 9's great. I can't wait to do a video on 9 and have that as an excuse to play 9 and stream it, because 9 is just so wonderful. Appropriate that we're hearing a 9 remix right now. Am I planning on doing only the main games, or will there be others like side spin-off games? Yeah, I am only planning on doing the main Numerald series, just to keep things... Like, this is going to take long enough as it is. Much as I love, like, Final Fantasy Tactics, I adore. Final Fantasy Tactics is wonderful. And I'll happily play and stream that one just because. But for the series, I am mostly focusing on the, core Numerald entries. And the direct sequels that are relevant, which is really just 10-2, 13-2, 13-3, and 7 Remake, which is basically a sequel. Best I can tell. Boy, I'm really excited for Final Fantasy XVI, given how many of the 14 crew are involved in it. Now that I've seen what that crew team is narratively capable of, very exciting. And yes, when Lightning Returns is included, I just called it 13-3, but you're right, the actual title is Lightning Returns Final Fantasy XIII. It's just easier to explain as Final Fantasy 13-3. Oh, a hype train again, is it? You generous folk. Thank you for subscribing, Cortin, and I Am Metal, and Ziltoid, the cashew. And thank you also for the Zote bits, for Kipstar. And the 1-bit Enkimana. The more time I've spent thinking about what they're doing with Final Fantasy VII Remake, the more I'm genuinely adore the boldness they're displaying, and I can't wait to see what they're doing with it. Just like with Kingdom Hearts, I don't know if whatever they've got planned is going to be good, but I'm down. And honestly, 7 Remake is astonishingly good. I did not have high expectations for 7 Remake, and they completely surprised me. Honestly, you know, like, they really proved me wrong on one of my big predictions for if they ever made Final Fantasy VII Remake. I expected the whole wall market sequence in Final Fantasy VII is charming, but a thing that is, like, doesn't age super great entirely. It's got areas like the whole cross-dressing cloud thing is something that doesn't age incredible in the original Final Fantasy VII, and I kind of expected that in a remake form, it was gonna be. I kind of expected them to do worse on that front, and I think they actually did a pretty darn good job with all that in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, they handled that pretty darn well, actually. Like, I would certainly hear out like alternative opinions on that for sure, but I just expected far worse. And yeah, the dance scene's like incredible. I love it. And the characters they've just got down. I don't know what happened with Final Fantasy VII Remake to make it different, because ever since, by the way, thank you for all the gifted subs, Jonas Elveron. How do you pronounce that? How do you prefer it? Is it like Jonas, like a hard J, or more like the Giannis? but like, yeah, the characterization. I promise we'll get back to Final Fantasy V soon. The characterization in 7 of 7 characters has just been kind of like falling further and further off the mark. It's a Greek god. You can pronounce however you want. All right, fair enough, and thank you. The Final Fantasy VII characters have become kind of less and less like themselves with each... Oh, gracious. The generosity, though. Thank you very much. Ellie Adeline for all those gifted subs. That's so many. Like, has just fallen more and more off the mark. Cloud just became kind of more just aloof, cool dude. He weirdly started turning more and more into the character he was pretending to be in the original 7 in their portrayals of him. Where, like, original Cloud is a dork who manages to trick everyone into thinking he's a really capable, cool guy for a long time. And just the stuff that made all those original versions of those characters charming, a lot of that really got lost in Advent Children and a lot of the Final Fantasy VII spin-off games and other stuff like that. And I don't know what changed, but 7 Remake nails it. They're all exactly right, or even better versions. That's another thing that makes me really excited for more of this game, for the next part of it, because, like, I'm super interested to see how, like, what does the remake version of Vincent look like? Or Sid. Sid's gonna be the challenge, because Sid is another character who's kind of like, he could really come across as unlikable. But they've handled a lot of other stuff really well, so I kind of expect they're probably gonna do a good job at handling Sid. Like, that he swears is not really a problem. That he's pretty abusive to his, like, living companion is less cool. And, I don't know how that's gonna... Like, I don't know how... I expect they're gonna handle that a little differently, but I don't know how exactly. But I now have a lot more faith in their ability to handle it, than I did before 7 Remake came out. Anyway, we're getting so far ahead of ourselves. We're still in Final Fantasy V in the first 2 hours. Let's get back to it. There we go. Okay. Do I have an opinion on Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, the one that they're aiming to put all the Final Fantasy VII stuff together? I'm curious to see it. I hope it doesn't just come out on mobile, because I don't know if I'll play it if it's just on mobile. Granted, Final Fantasy... Yeah, it's going to take us a good number of streams to beat 5. But we'll start picking up the pace as we go. I'm sure. Maybe. Hopefully. There is a chest back there, and I want it. I don't care if it means getting our clothes wet again. Oh, I'm still going. We're gonna have us a date. This is not the right way. I'm lost. I mean, much as I'd love to marathon the entirety of Final Fantasy V in one stream, that's definitely a good 30 plus hours. And I feel like I won't be making good strategic choices by then. And at that point, I'll be tired enough that I'll probably just keep forgetting to hit the record button, so I'll actually not get much footage of it, and then I'll just have to do it again, and then... That doesn't seem like a smart choice. Thank you for the bits, though, Calm Madness. Yeah, 30-something hours is actually probably being conservative. especially given we're not going at breakneck pace here with the stream and all that. I imagine in the 40s is probably where we'll end up. Which are the ones that I least look forward to replaying. I guess I have the option to not replay any one of them I want, because I do have, from 7 onward, I've got pretty good footage of all of them. I do need to play through 7 Remake again, now that the, what's their term for it? The intergrade, or... Yeah, intergrade. Ever since that version came out, that, like, runs at 60 FPS and looks a little bit nicer. So I want to get fresh footage of that. The rest I don't have to, but if I did have to play through all of them from here on, the ones that I would most dread are 13, 13 to 11. I still need a lot of footage from, and even as someone who spent a lot of years playing 11, I do not look forward to getting back into that. 15 also kind of becomes a chore the further you get into it, honestly. Oh yeah, no, 11's still going. 11 is still going. I don't know if it's going strong necessarily, but it's still going for sure. They can probably keep that game going a good long while, like, given it's subscription-based, even with a smaller player base. They're still, like, not having to really invest a lot in new content in there. So long as the subscriptions are enough to justify keeping the servers running. For a good long while, it's probably different now, but for a good long while, Final Fantasy XI was the most profitable game in the series. Just because of the, like, payment structure of subscription-based stuff. I'd wager 14 has passed that by now, and if it hasn't yet, it will. I think I'm going the wrong way again. Yeah, by now, given how huge 14 is, there's no way 14 hasn't surpassed it, profits-wise. Oh yeah, it's definitely way more popular as well. But 11 also didn't have to make back all the money lost in the first few years. So it kind of started in the red. They do sell a lot of clothes, though. There, the chest was right there. I could have just gotten it right there. 11, I have a lot of fond memories of 11. It was my first MMO. I spent a lot of years in there. It is rough. It is an MMO that from the pre-World of Warcraft era. And MMOs before World of Warcraft they did not respect your time at all. They were clunky, they were weird, they were interesting. Like, but World of Warcraft, there's a reason that's the one that really blew up first in the genre. It's because it was much more accessible, it streamlined a lot of stuff, and MMOs since then have learned a lot from that. Am I planning to do anything with the responses to my tweet about Twitch etiquette, or was that just to have a small repository of knowledge? Yeah, that was just for me to learn. And it was helpful. I tweeted out a few weeks ago, like what folks' examples of kind of unspoken Twitch etiquette are. That people in your Twitch communities just know without having to be told. Just because I was curious, and because like I was talking to Will about it, and Will said that like from community to community, those rules can be quite different. And so I was just kind of curious to see what sort of answers I got, and it was informative. I learned some things, but yeah, I don't really have anything in mind to do with it. I just kind of wanted to know. Yeah, WoW's community has had its issues. That was one thing that I will give 11 credit for. Because that game is so party-based. Like, once you reach level 10 in 11, it's different now, but the way it originally was built, once you reached around level 10, you couldn't do anything solo anymore. It was a game where you needed a party even to just go and level up and do other things, which meant that you made a lot of connections with people. And there wasn't a PvP aspect at all, so that in that way, you built up a lot of connections with people, and the world itself outside around you was so antagonistic. Like, just running from town to town was dangerous, because if enemies saw you and aggroed you and caught up to you, you would die and lose experience, possibly lose levels. It was a hostile world out there, so the community kind of like, you relied on each other to get anywhere and achieve anything. And so it made the game very inconvenient to play a lot of the time, but it did mean that you were all sort of in it together in terms of like surviving and progressing. And there was something to that. And I think 14 manages to capture that fairly well, even though, like, yeah, there's PvP modes in 14, and you can play through almost all the game solo if you want to. The vibe is still kind of there, and I like that. If you want to experience the closest thing to what Final Fantasy XI felt like in Final Fantasy XIV, go into that Eureka content, because it's not as bad as what 11 was in its day, but it is a taste. And yeah, most people playing 14 think Eureka's the worst, and for good reason. Not everyone thinks Eureka's the worst, but there's lots of folks who get into Eureka and it's like, what is this? No. And I understand. I still need to do a good bit of Eureka. The part of me that played 11 back in the day does actually enjoy some of the grind of Eureka a good bit. But there is that Pagos stretch, or Pagos, I don't know how it's pronounced, that stretch is pretty rough. It's not 11 rough, but it's the closest I've seen in 14. I do want to see the rest of that story, though. So if you play 11 now, they've added, like, the trust systems they've added to 14's dungeons. Trusts are a system that existed in 11 first, and they are NPCs you can summon just about anywhere, not even just in dungeons, just out in the world, to be effectively a party along with you. They're not as effective as a party of real players, but they'll get you through a lot of stuff, which makes the game near single-playerable. It's still a very slow game, but it makes it way more approachable and manageable now, which is good because given that it's a way lower player population now, you kind of need those NPCs. Let's use... I don't even know if I really need to use a tent at this point. That'd kind of be a waste. Yeah, let's just use some MP. Get all cured up. And keep moving. I went back, I got my one Phoenix down, whatever that one item was. It's been so long ago, I don't even remember. All right, onward. Further into wrecked boats. Until we eventually escape wrecked boats. Oh man, dot hack. That's a name I've not heard in a long, long time. That's a good way to put it. 11 is a game you had to have lived because it is utterly surreal in retrospect. That is a good point. I don't know if it's possible to really understand what 11 was like now, if even just going back to it. Not even just because they've added a lot of quality of life systems that make playing it pretty different. It's just the moment in which 11 made sense in MMO design, any sense at all, is long gone. There's our map. A world map. Just found it in a boat. Ooh, chests. Antidote. Antidote. Phoenix down. What a wild design that is on that top, on the top there. It's very creepy. Have I played any of the Suikoden games? I don't think I have, actually. Boy, I've been hit with... I don't know if that's a poison effect that Lena's being hit with, but that health is going down fast. I think it must be poison. Kind of surprised there's not a... Well, the status effect hasn't stuck. Maybe it wasn't poison. Usually they have like some visual indication of poison status effects. That's sap. That's the one. Yeah, okay. That's the one. The only real visual indication of that one is just your HP number counting down extremely quickly. It's basically the equivalent of earthbound damage if you think about it, except you can actually stop it or counter it. Hey, boat. Ooh, a beach. I've got a bad feeling about this. Bart's, come here, honey. Mom. Come here. Father! Lena? Grandpa, come over here. Who are you? I can't remember. Oh dear. Let me take your souls. Join us. Who the heck are you? Huh. Why won't my spell work on you? I am Siren. I've taken the souls of these three. If you don't try to hinder me, I'll let you go. Sorry, but I can't do that. Why do you protect these three? Because they're my friends. Don't be fooled by her. Open your eyes. Wake up. Everyone's awake. Galuf. Stand guard. We gotta fight. Now don't mute the mage. It's the one person I'd really prefer you didn't mute. Uncool. It's really unhelpful. I don't even know if I have anything. I guess I got an elixir. I don't know if that would actually heal the status effect, nor do I want to spend an elixir for that. Fine. Get hit with a stick or a dagger or whatever it is I'm using. Changes to an undead. Oh, but I could be casting... Whoa, spooky. And cool, actually. Yeah, the enemy sprite art in 5 is great. Forgot how good. Mage, you're muted. That's pretty good. You know, I think this track actually does show up in 14. Several boss themes definitely do. Hey, finally, white magic. Everyone get cured. A lot of boss music shows up in the Omega, Final Fantasy XIV's Omega storyline stuff. Yeah, the Omega raid series uses a lot of 5 music. So I assume that's poison happening over there. I fix? I fix. There we go. We win. Galuf, you saved our lives. Don't sweat it. Don't be embarrassed. I'm not. Laughs. Okay, I think I still have yep, poison's still happening over here. Should fix that. There we go. Also a cure or two. There we go. Hey! We made it! Delightful. How are the jobs coming? We can keep these going for a little bit. What research do I uncover before playing Final Fantasy V? Like, I love the VOD series and I love the content. What did 5 do to change up the game? The 2 biggest things for 5 are a huge expansion to the emote animation category, which they introduced in 4, but everyone only had like 4 to work with. In 5, they have way more per character, so they're leaning way more into actual poses and gestures and stuff in the animation, in the overworld for stories and things. And the other thing is that they introduced the job system, but they give every character unique sprites for every job so they can still be themselves even when you're changing job. Like, Bartz may be a knight right now, but he still looks like Bartz. Lena is a black mage, but underneath that you can see the pink hair poking out. And so no one else will look like the same kind of black mage as Lena does. Which is a huge scope investment for this time, to make sure that even though we have a job system, character is still the star of the show in this franchise, and so we have to make sure character still shows through. So, yeah, it effectively means that, like, how many jobs are there in the game? 20-something? Like, 21 or 22? And that's about 13 poses or 14. I can't remember the exact count, but about 13 or 14 poses per character per job. 22 total. And that adds up a lot. They basically increased their combat sprite art scope tenfold to pull that off. Which is a pretty significant investment. Like, it is a show of the confidence in this new direction and the commitment to this new character-focused direction for Final Fantasy that they were willing to increase scope on the job front to continue supporting like that emphasis in their games, which is great to see. Now let's figure out where we're going here. Boy, that's a thing. Yeah, I always love me a job system. Just every Final Fantasy game that has a job system is fun. I guess with the exception of 11, but the job system is not the problem there. 10-2 is great. I will stand by that. 10-2 is a very good video game. 10-2 is actually one of the most fun battle systems in the entire series. If you can put up with, the more silly tone, or even if you enjoy the silly tone, like, because it is a lighter, fair, goofy sort of thing, I actually think 10-2 is fantastic. Thank you for subscribing. Pterodactyl noises. Good name, also. Yeah, King of Doma, I agree. Like, I know... I can totally understand anyone who doesn't care for the way that, like, 10-2's story plays out and sort of, like, the tone of it. But I actually think it's... I like that aspect of it. It is... So much of it is about Yuna trying to... The entire story is about the world trying to kind of like figure itself out and move on when it's no longer doomed. And for Yuna, whose like entire identity, entire life was built around trying to fend off that doom, like figuring out who she is after that fight is over and kind of going and exploring and just having fun out there is like a pretty cool character direction for them to take things and then change the tone for the entire game to kind of reflect that. I think what they do with the sequel to 10-2 is really interesting. It's a strong flavor, and it's totally okay that it's not to everyone's tastes, but I think it's a really neat idea. (13-2) I don't have much to say in defense of, though. Again, opinion, but I'm not thrilled with 13-2. 13-3 is... 13-3 I kind of like. I don't like any of the 13 trilogy very much, but I think the third one is actually... Like, Lightning Returns I think is actually my favorite of the set. Because like, the systems... Like, it's more interesting. It's a weird departure, but in a kind of neat way. Fortunately, like, as with Sonic games, even when you don't particularly care for a lot of the game itself, good music in every single one of these darn things. including all the 13 games. Just gorgeous stuff. Learning some new skills. I feel like we should do a little more grinding out here. Just a little bit. There's definitely optimal grinding places in the game, and I don't remember where any of them are, but just getting a little more experience and leveling up some of these jobs some more is not a terrible idea. Now, I will say that, like, on the 13 games, I don't like them, like, as games or stories, but the animation in 13 is really impressive. It's like the one time in the game where there's, like, they use almost zero stock gestures. Pretty much like every story cutscene is almost entirely bespoke, performed, and animated, which is pretty impressive. Like, it's really only, like, once you get to the much more recent stuff like 7 Remake that you start seeing that to such an extent again. And yeah, I do actually think if you zoom all the way out, the lore of the world of 13 is rad and would make the most amazing Soulsborne setting ever. The problem is the way they tell the story in 13 and 13.2 and 13.3 do not really take advantage of that at all. Like the more zoomed in character stories and all that don't really get into that at all and are honestly kind of baffling. The zoomed out lore of 13's world is wild and cool. Like, hold on. We'll stop for a second so I can try to remember enough of this to be able to pitch it at you. All right, I'm gonna just describe this in vague terms. Imagine a Souls world in which the gods created the worlds and then left, and they created a bunch of demigods and left the demigods in charge of taking care of all the living creatures on the worlds. Some of those demigods decided that they wanted to bring the gods back. They wanted the gods to return to them, and the only way they could think of to bring the attention of those gods is to sacrifice the lives of all the life on these worlds en masse. So not all the demigods agree with this, and they start kind of like getting like warring as factions. Some of the gods that are trying to sacrifice the life en masse are basically kind of developing sort of like this ant farm world with all of these, where the life on that planet can flourish so that they can kind of like cause a huge catastrophe to destroy them all at once. Some of these other gods are trying to stop them, and the best way they can try to stop each other is by essentially taking some like individual people and marking them and saying, you are one of mine, I'm giving you a task. You have to do this task. You have to complete this task for me or you're going to turn into a monster. And so it's these demigods warring with each other by sending these marked ones to do missions in their name. Like, this is some real Dark Souls FromSoft nonsense. And we're talking, this is the Final Fantasy XIII story. And you could have played Final Fantasy XIII and not gotten a sense that that's happening at all. And that's just Final Fantasy XIII. It gets wilder once you get to the next one. In the next one, the Time Goddess sees what's going on and tries to intervene and breaks the world. Which is the setting for Final Fantasy XIII too. Like, she basically just destroys the natural order in trying to fix it. One of your old characters is in like sort of a weird limbo eternity trying to protect what remains of that Time Goddess, while the villain is a person trying to take revenge on that Time Goddess. In 13.3, everything's gone bad. The world is now broken. The last remaining god is trying to build an alternate world universe to move all remaining life onto. And you, as the main character, again, are kind of their entity who trying to gather all of them and gather their souls together to move them to this arc, and you have 13 days to do it. Is this not so rad? Like, as a just big fantasy setting thing? It's so cool on paper, zoomed out, the way the game is not telling the story at all. And then as soon as you zoom in close again, it's nothing. It's a shame. Like, that whole premise I want to be just reused for the ultimate Final Fantasy Souls-like. That's like, as lore goes, as like world lore goes, that's like probably the most hardcore the Final Fantasy team ever went. And it's so cool. I wish more of that was in the game itself. Anyway, enough of my rambling about other Final Fantasies. And I guess we do have a Final Fantasy Souls-like now, which I do need to put more time into to get more of a sense of what it is. And to see its animation a bit more. Not for this series, just to see if, like, does this game merit a mention in the favorites of 2022 video? I'm guessing probably not, but I should give it a look. Team Ninja's made some good stuff. And, I mean, it is as bonkers as it looks. I do need to see what on earth is going on in there. I feel like if I were to actually play Strangers of Paradise all the way through, I'd want to play that in co-op with a friend. Probably Dan. That's like the one way I could probably see to actually doing it and having a good time all the way through. Although, I don't know, maybe I should actually... Maybe once I get in there, I'll find that, oh wait, this is silly, but I love it. You're getting tacos. Delicious. At least now when I have to grind, there's a chat to interact with. This is an improvement. Sorok, I have dipped into Sultan Sanctuary a little bit, but it's just really not. It's like, I keep falling off of it. I think that one just might not be for me. I enjoy grinding as well, but usually I do it with, like, a distraction. There's something very comfy about grinding, but after a while I do need just like a podcast or just some YouTube video on the background or something. Oh, is Octopath 2 doing a similar every character sprite for every job? Yeah, I love that stuff. It's a little easier to do now in 3D, where you just need different modified models, which is, I guess it's not really easier. It's just the animations should all still work. You just have to change the character. You can reuse more from character to character and job to job instead of with the sprites where you just have to make custom stuff every time. So yeah, the Octopath is having to do it this same way. It's different hard, yeah. These enemies aren't doing a ton for me. Let's find the next place we're going, at least. Maybe if there's a town. Grinding outside a town where there's like an inn and stuff seems smarter. You've rewatched some of my stuff when grinding games? Ah, I'm glad I could have helped. To help pass the time. I've definitely done the same with various other creators' stuff. Because, yeah, sometimes I want to, like... I don't want to put on, like, a video essay or something that I've not watched before because I can't pay full attention to it, but, like, a Noah Gervais video where it's really just, I've seen it before and it's more about just listening to his writing. Absolutely. Ooh, mountain. North Mountain. Fun music. Oh, heck. The Galley Cats from Final Fantasy XIV. I forgot that that was a design that was from previous games. That's great. I thought that was a 14 original. Yeah, maybe they showed up further back as far as 3. That's quite possible. It's been a while since I played that one. Enemy designs reappear in so many Final Fantasies, you really do need a wiki to keep track of it all. First in 5 and then not again until 14. Wow. Well, I'm glad the MMO brought him back. It's a fun enemy design. I should see what Galuf has gotten for getting Thief to level 2. It might be worth swapping him to a different job. Something that can do more damage right now. Yeah, let's have a look at that. So we've got escape, learning passages. Okay, so we got some cool stuff here, but I don't know if I want him to still be a thief. I think I'd love for him to be something else. Is there a reason to keep leveling Black Mage? I need to... After this stream, I'll look up mechanics in 5 some more and just, like, job leveling. Because I can't remember if Blue Mage actually learns many more skills past this point. Or just gets more effective the more they level up. I might change him. Yes, any class you master it's worth mastering jobs just because it makes the starting job more powerful. It's worth mastering them in general, but just kind of figuring out which ones I want early. Monk has a lot of nice, really early stuff, and is very strong early on. So let's get some of those early skills, but keep learning in there so we can keep learning blue magic as we go. Just get punchy. Loving this two-layered background we've got going on with the mountain we're on right now. It's the thing they did in 4 as well, but they don't do it super often. It might be smart for me to actually turn everyone into a blue mage long enough to learn that learning skill, so I can have it on more characters. Just an increased chances of learning stuff from enemies, maybe? But yeah, just getting it to like level 2 tops. Oh, the flowers poisoned me, didn't they? Oh boy, poisoned everybody. Don't touch the flowers. Noted. Ah, they won't let me cast out on everyone. Boo. This one I can do, though. Yeah, Bart, you swap to a blue mage here, briefly. Does the exclamation mark mean that it's a skill that you have to actively use? And whereas the ones without them are passive? Am I understanding that right? Oh, thanks for subscribing to Darkman67. Yes, okay, cool, thank you. I was pretty sure that was right. That was the impression I was getting. Exclamations are commands. Got it. That makes sense. Let's use some black magic. We've barely touched it. Mostly to save MP, because Lena's our one caster. I should start getting somebody else into, like, learning white and black mage spells so we can have more mage options available. Hey, don't do that. Uncool, bird. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Blue Yash. What an uncool bird. I've only got 2 softs, bird. Now it's 1. A bad bird. Ah, jeez. It's a lot of flour. Okay. Okay. I appreciate that that enemy is just called blocks. I like it. Have some ice. Dang, that was a big hit. Oh, is there a heal rod? That could be kind of nice to have. I haven't really got like a walkthrough open right now. It'd probably be helpful. I've just got enough stuff to look at that I can't imagine splitting my attention more. And maybe it would be smart to put Lena back on White Mage as well. Now that we've got access to a little black magic when we want it. I just really love just seeing all the sprite art designs for every character for every job. It's just so fun. Dodge all the flowers. Here we go. Yes. Whew. Are they doing the thing you talked about in 4 where the weapon spawns above and behind the hero before showing them holding it when attacking? Basically, yeah. The weapons are, I believe, separate sprites that get added in so that it can reflect whichever weapon you've got equipped on the character. Which is a pretty good way for them to handle it. I believe that remains pretty consistent through the rest of this and 6, and then as of 7 it's in 3D, so everything's different. Father's helmet. Yeah. Lena was poisoned. Lena! Whoa. We came chasing after the Hiryu, but that's some tough game. The Hiryu? A Hiryu's horn can fetch a pretty good price. And look, it's the Princess of Tycoon. She'll make a nice gift to take back to my husband. Stop. Hey, good jump. Oh, no. Oh, dang. Faris! She fell. Huh? Nope. Not a problem. Oh, and look at them using all the remote poses to, like, show the action of throwing a rope and tying it off and all that stuff. That's clever. Lena! Crap, I guess I'll just have to take you out all 4 of you. Fight! And stop being poisoned. Punch a lot. Honey, a job for you. Yeah. This is looking like a problem. Ow. He hit hard. Don't regen him. Maybe I should try taking her out first. If that's possible. Probably gonna be doing reduced damage given she's in the back row. Well, maybe not that much, though. Yeah, if she's gonna be healing, we probably better be proactive about that. There we go, okay. Keep curing. There we go. We win. Hey, and we learned arrow. Hey, our first bit of blue magic. Hooray. Thanks, Faris. Good job not dying, team. Let's go back and save. Hey, everyone's getting job levels and stuff. Let's check in. So, Blue Mage now level 1. Do you have Observe, which is not the same? Nope, we need Learning. So you need to get to level 2. Fair enough. Yeah, you're right. It was level 2 for Galuf. That's correct. So we shall wait. At least we finally got a blue magic spell. So that's fun. Let's use it for kicks. Arrow. Whoop. Arrow. Haha! Blue magic. Hey, it's pretty good. I mean, not as good as just regular monk attacks, but, you know, still pretty good. What the heck, we got tents to spare. I imagine you're not the only one, Pocky Game. I feel like this has got to be one of the Final Fantasy games that a lot of the Western audience is probably least familiar with. Like this 1, 2, and 3. Just by virtue of the fact that they weren't, like, released here in any form until much later. It's a good one, though. Of all of them, of 2, 3, and 5, I think 5 is the most fun of the bunch. Although the DS remake of 3 is like, pretty solid, too. Better than the original version. That's true. The annual charity event probably has actually done wonders for 5's notoriety. Here you. What an awful wound. Here you go. I'll fix you up. Sky Dog. Lena, what do you think you're doing? I'm alright. Stay back. If I can treat it with the Hiryu plant. Hurry. Give this to the Hiryu. Nom nom nom. Get better here. That was a truly rash thing to do. Quite a lot of unique sprites for the Hiryu as well. Hiryu, Thank you. It's all right. Come on, let's go. I'm kind of afraid of heights. They don't care. Hey, what's so funny? Oh, just get on. Oh, that's just cute. Look how tiny and cute. It's adorable. Where are we going? Can't cross mountains. Can cross... Oh, hello. I didn't see this down here. I just walked right past it. And I imagine with this we could go quite a ways, but let's check out that town first, huh? Why did they stop doing the angled camera on the flying travel? You know, I'm not sure. It's a good question. That is a good question. Like, why not use Mode 7 for the travel thing that they seem to enjoy doing a lot in 4? There probably is a good reason, and I'm curious. I don't know. Let's kind of keep an eye on that the further we get into the game and see if they do anything on the world map that might make Mode 7 a trickier proposition for some reason. I'm curious. Maybe they do later with, like, airships. Just to try to, like, distinguish the amount of altitude somehow. Now that has some lively music. You came from the ship graveyard? You aren't ghosts, are you? No. The Hiryu were used in a war 50 years ago and nearly died out. The one that's in Tycoon's the only one left alive. Wow, good thing we saved it, huh? I should have come here first. Look at all this stuff. There's probably more spells. There is. I don't have sleep yet. Or armor. Which is probably what they've called... Or mute, for that matter. Armor is, I'm guessing, protect or shell, basically. Maybe I did have mute. Whatever. Yeah, I would guess protect. Good to have. Let's see. Regal Cut. That's probably a better sword. I'll take one. I might take two, actually. Well. Yeah, we're fine for now. Dan, I don't know if you've already have all your emotes picked out, but if I may, I've always wanted emotes to be a form of pictographs that I can use to communicate and convey emotions. What do you think, chat? How do you use emotes? Yeah, I've got, like, some emotes submitted that haven't been approved yet. I've got, some other emotes planned that we just haven't got the art together for yet. But I've definitely have more slots than I have ideas for so far. I'll grab one of these just in case. Anything else here in town I should see? Item shop, definitely. few more antidotes would make me feel safer. Eye drops definitely. Maiden Kiss probably couldn't hurt to have a few just in case. Same with this. Need more of this. They're expensive, but I need them. Got a handful of those, and I'll get a few more tents. Why not? Okay. Yeah, Dino Carry would be a good emote. Yeah. A rare dino. Maybe also a sad dino. Exactly. That'd be a good emote to have. If we can't send boats out, we can't get to Waltz. This is the end of sea travel. The country of Waltz lies to the south of this town, across the sea. They're using the power of the water crystal. Oh, that's where we'll need to head next. Those lizard-like hibernating things can't stand the cold. Okay. This town's harbor is the best in the world, but now our boats won't sail. So our one thing is kind of screwed now. Since the wind's weakened, we can't send out ships. It's amazing, but it looks like what my husband was saying was true. About what? About whatever. I'm going into the pub. And I'm learning to play the piano more. Getting a little better. Practice makes perfect. Got better at the piano. Hear You and Hear You Plant are both really rare. I bet they'd make good business. I guess. Knights can hold things in both hands. Hick! See, the thing is, the hick makes it funny because it makes it sound like he's drunk and just saying weird things, but everyone else around him is also saying equally weird things, but appending hick to it makes it sound like... makes it actually sound just like a weird drunk thought. But if we added hick to the end of any of these other sentences, I bet it would feel the same. Do you have a world map? Then you could see the whole world just by pressing the Y button. Hick! Hear You and Hear You Plant are both really rare. I bet they make good business. I heard that there's some Hear You Plant on the North Mountain, but it's surrounded by poisonous plants. It works. So it's true, huh? A meteor fell near Tycoon. This music is a little too rowdy for town. See, just like I said. What is? Maybe if we come to town before we'd done things. Because we could have gotten to this town before we went up to the mountain. So maybe he told us something about what was up on the mountain. Whew. Okay. So I guess we're headed south now. Let's find a town. So I have a world map now. Can I just pull it up by pressing a button? Let's see. Yeah! Hey, there we are. World map. So it's probably just a little bit west of us or like northwest. One of those two. Yeah, at that resolution, not the most helpful world map, admittedly. This is probably the place right here, but let's see what else is around. Looked like there was also something. Hey, there's something. Probably not what we're looking for, though. Let's go to the town. I bet somebody will talk about it. Hey, it's Waltz. To the north is Waltz Tower. That's where all the town's water comes from. Ah, see, I knew someone would tell us. King Waltz is great. He's using the power of the water crystal for the good of us all. There's a water frog. Hello, water frog. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. But cute. The town's protected from monsters by the water. Not that frog, apparently. That frog don't care. I'm saying it like Waltz because that's, I think, what the town is called in all later translations. And it's just a little less clunky to say. That's a cool little water wheel. I feel like there's a better name for that. Yeah, 5's water is great. Got a nice little fountain that you do kind of have to wade through the moat to get to, but worth the trip. What's back here? Nothing? All right. The crystals in the Waltz Tower. Oh, hello out there. What's going on? This is Galura. He lives around the Waltz Tower. He's a really nice baby, so please don't be mean to him. What are you? I don't... Okay, well... Y'all seem nice. Ooh, look at all the new spells. We got haste. We got regen. We got summons. I mean, we can't even summon yet, but we have them. Here, I'll get one. For later. I don't know what void is, but it's probably devastating. I bet we're gonna get a time mage and a summoner in our next set of crystals. We'll have to come back here. Chocobe. Is it true that Tycoon's crystal shattered? Hey, new stuff. Fancier stuff. Better stuff. No one can really use this right now, but I'm sure I'll turn Bart's back into a knight at some point. I've got one of those. Could use a couple of these, though. Perfect. Optimum, great. Weapons. An axe no one can use. A sword that I already have. Daggers. Now we're good. Which is great, because I've spent a lot of my money at this point. This is all fine. Do we need an inn? Not really. Bet it's got stuff in it, though. Fun carpet in here. Also, I like that these 4, like, bedside tables all have different stuff on them. It's fun variety. The time magic mute spell is awful and does not function properly. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a handful of spells just kind of didn't work. That's a fun thing with some old Final Fantasies. Sometimes, some spells just don't work. My favorite version of that being Final Fantasy VI, where the darkness or like blind spell does nothing, which is great because like when your characters are hit with darkness, they are like kind of have that little sunglasses effect over their eyes, and it doesn't make any difference. It just means that the enemy gave you cool sunglasses for the rest of the fight. It's pretty great. Yeah, Final Fantasy I, the NES era definitely had a lot of very broken stuff. This is the Castle of Waltz. Fun music and pretty. Look at all this. I like it here. Good castle. Being protected by the power of water, the Kingdom of Waltz is invincible. I like that optimism. There's a rumor that a treasure sleeps in the basement of this castle. Does it now? Get out of my way. I'm gonna check the rumor. The people down in the dungeon are trash. Don't listen to their pleas, whatever you do. I'm gonna do it. After I step on this thing. Hang on. Ooh. Well, I didn't think I was finding an exit, but now I'm in the water. Anything in the waterfall? No? Boo. It is such a visual upgrade in terms of background art from 4 to 5. Wait, there is something behind the waterfall? I mean, it was me. Was I the treasure behind the waterfall the whole time? Oh, hey there. Prisoners. Hey, will you please let me out of here? Maybe later. Jerk? That's fair. I'm the great thief, Lone Wolf. Won't you let me out? I mean, that's not a good pitch. Jerk. The king is very nice, but he still doesn't forgive bad things. Here, how about I handle all my business in the area, and then as a parting gift, I'll free all the prisoners. They'll love me here. I'm just gonna play in all the water. Can't stop me. Whee! Oops. Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. It would be funny if you freed the prisoners and then the guard came and said jerk. Yeah, that would be, I would like that a lot actually. That'd be a good joke. You know what? I'm changing one of us back to a thief real fast so I can run. There we go. That helps. Should have done that a while ago. Waterfall? Waterfall? Hey, that one had something. Did I just sneak into the water tower? I think I did. Uh-oh. Don't know if I wanted to be in here yet. Oh, this is optional? Okay. Yeah, maybe I do want to be in here yet then. Let's check it out. Might want to save if I haven't in a bit. I think I saved right outside. We'll be fine. Job. Change you back to something we want to level here. Something punchy. Oh, is it very hard? Incredibly likely I'll die to the mini-boss. Got it. Well, here, why don't we come back to this place then after we handle the water tower. No reason to push our luck too far. This is nothing. Pretty fun just finding it randomly, though. Don't think I've gone up here yet. Does this lead to the basement that I can rob? Looks promising. Oh dear. Okay, yeah, we shouldn't be here, huh? Dangerous indeed. Mean basement. Moon flute? Uh-oh. We might be in a spot of trouble. Because I don't think we can escape while in this sort of berserk mode here. Nope. Doomed. Well, hey, now we get to see the death sprites. Perfect. Thanks for subscribing, by the way, Nash Lake. That's fine, it wasn't that far back. There we are. Actually, you know what? Heck it. Boom. There we are. Another good reason. To use emulation for this nonsense. We're getting footage here. I'm guessing the item they're talking about might be in that cell. So yeah, no, the death sprites all revert to the normal default class, so there's not unique death sprites for every job. Which, frankly, I don't mind as a little cut corner. The water purified by the crystal flows from the tower to the north of this castle. Neat. If you run into a monster called Garki Masera, you're done for. You could have told me that before I went downstairs. Guy. Ooh, storage. How robbable. I've not set up a sub-goal command sort of thing. I should. Honestly, the goal thing I established, I set up pretty last minute before we started streaming here, so I may not have that set as a goal per se. But the current goal, I believe, for it is, yeah, a Hollow Knight Plandemizer run. How could I continue research on crystals with only these books? Why, what's wrong with these books? Are they not good books? I can't read any of them. So maybe you're right. According to this book, Esper Shiva was sealed in water purified by the crystal. Neat. Why can't I read any of the books? Can I not read? I'd be able to make some progress if only I could see the books at the ancient library far to the west. Ah, a little foreshadow. Right. Thank you for the belated tip. I did go up this way, yeah. This is where all the books were. Library. Yes. Okay, let's go up. What a cool throne room. Why, if it isn't Princess Lena. King Waltz, it's been a long time. Please stop amplifying the power of the water crystal immediately. You must be kidding. We can't do that. Thanks to the crystal, we can all live in wealth and abundance. But if you continue, the crystal will shatter. I've heard about the wind crystal. But we can't be sure that same will happen to the water crystal. And the people would be against it. We're in no situation to be taking chances. Wow, right on cue. What was that? Oh dear. Your Highness, a meteor's fallen near the tower. What? Quickly, gather the soldiers. Head for the tower. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but this is very urgent business. Princess Lena, let us discuss this again at a later time. Let's go. Rick Hipster, I'd set Ashton up with control over Moobot stuff. Ashton has control. Well, as long as the king's busy with that other stuff, I'm sure he won't mind if I just sort of poke around and make sure there's nothing takeable or interesting, readable. No. I'm gonna sleep in the king's bed. I'm king now. All right. Let's go handle emergency business. Let's see. You go back to being a monk with your punches. No, there we go. All right, to the tower, which is less deadly than the other places we could go. Actually, let's check out the meteor first if we can. Yep, that's a rock. Confirmed. Quick little save. Because we've learned our lesson. How did it go? Galura's never attacked humans before. Galura suddenly went wild and ran into the tower. The king chased after him. There was also a strange warrior. I'd never seen him before. Hmm. Oh no, attacked from behind. By ice soldiers who have a bit of fire vulnerability, I'd bet. Hey, that's the person who would cast fire. Don't do that. What a jerk. I'm leaving. This fight sucks. Sneak up behind me. It's not even fair. You can switch rows, it just takes some turns. And I usually get impatient and just run from the fight. Jerk. It feels like the whole meteor countermeasures aren't going well, Your Majesty. Galuf went upstairs. Please, protect the crystal. Ooh, lovely. Hey, how do you get over there? Oh, easier than I thought. What about the other one? Hang on. Hey, you can't attack me near a save thing. That's against the rules. It's against Final Fantasy rules. This wyvern and demon thing have no respect for the law. There we are. I'm standing right next to a safe thing. You can't just attack me. Uncool. Do a little tent, hear a little music. Wait, are you serious? The PlayStation translation of this game called the wyverns wyburns? You can't be serious. That's very bad. Incredible. Like, again, I know that early translators and localization stuff just were given no time or resources back in the day, but oof, that's a bad one. And yeah, and you're correct. Translation, like the floor has really been raised on translations just by the existence of the internet alone for research. That really is quite a resource for everyone to have now. Ooh, climbing. That's cute. Well, now I gotta climb up and get those things after I fall, which is cute. Ooh, silver ring. Actually, I think I needed to stay up there. Here we are. Galura is being controlled. We can't let him break the crystal. Stand guard. Oh, it's a fight. So what are you supposed to look like? Oh, yeah, no, pretty much just what you look like out there. Just a mammoth of sorts. I'll take it. Let's use black magic. Hey, let's try using sleep. Maybe it'll work. Nope. Oof, boy. Oh, does Galura have counter as well? Because, youch. Really wrecking shop here. Probably not gonna have time to get this potion used, but we'll see. Cure quickly, you're probably gonna die. Oh no, that was quick. I'll take it. Maybe if we use spells. Not really, but at least we can sort of defend some. Ow. Galura's really messing us up. Yep. Getting quite wrecked. Let's see. Might be a little bit of grinding time, he said, dyingly. Oh, thank you for gifting subs, J-Post. Very generous of you. Oh boy. Get in them cures. Everyone on your feet. Just defend for a turn there. You keep curing everybody. Well, at least like I get in a counter sometimes before I die. Well, Arrow did slightly better than just attacking did with Bart, so we'll try that again. This one's beefy, though. Oh, there goes another one. It doesn't look like it's countering the physical attacks, though, so I guess I should just be... It's just attacking a lot. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and take this L, and we'll, then I'll grind a little bit on the way up before this fight. Then we'll be a little bit stronger. Oh, it is countering sometimes? Okay. Let's see. Shakaldrakonis had said, with the bits, thank you, by the way. One design aspect with most Final Fantasy games I don't like is how nearly every boss is immune to nearly all status magic. I understand why you don't want boss fights canceled with status effects, but it also tends to make status attacks pretty worthless. I agree. Some Final Fantasies have been better about that than others. And this one, I think, strangely, is actually one of them a lot of the time. There are certain Final Fantasies that have been way better about letting you actually use status effects on the bosses, and 5, I think, is one of the ones that lets you do it more. But it is, I think, actually kind of a design weakness that this franchise falls into a lot of the time. Like, if most of the fights in which you'd actually want to use status effects don't allow you, just don't have status effect spells. It's a pointless addition. Or make the bosses be hit by them differently or something. If you're just gonna give me a whole suite of spells that don't do anything at the time where I'd actually want to use them, in the time where I couldn't just one-shot the enemy instead, then why? Room for improvement. If I'm not mistaken, I think 7 Remake lets you do some pretty fun stuff with status effects as well. And I think I'd even go one further and to say that, like, I think the status effects that they give you, like, I appreciate that a lot of these games will have some bosses who happen to be weak to a certain status, which you can then use to just completely wreck them. Like, being able to cast Sleep on Rufus in 7 Remake, or some other bosses that you could cast, like, Zombie on and then hit them with a Phoenix down and kill them instantly. Like, being able to basically skip out of the fight by happening to know the one status effect that they're super weak to is kind of cool, but I'd rather actually just the status effects be a useful debuff thing that you could be using on your enemies more often strategically, not just it being kind of a, hey, if you happen to by chance cast this one on this boss, it ends the fight instantly. I think it'd be more interesting to have them just be spells that you got a good use for more often. Ooh, a Silk Robe. That seems fancy. In some ways, I think the single-player games could actually learn from the MMO on that front, because, like, there are lots of status effect and debuff spells that various jobs get in 14. None that are going to cancel a fight. You can't just zombify and then Phoenix down any of those fights to instant win them. But lots of jobs have spells that will start doing damage over time, or will reduce, or will like make the boss take more magic damage or physical damage or something like that, and you have reason to be using those all the time. So they feel like useful spells that are good to have and be using on a regular basis. And any spells that would be something that would be like, oh, this just kind of breaks the fight in a weird way, like a sleep spell, either just kind of like don't work, or they have heavy limitations in where they can be used, or they're just kind of useless and fall by the wayside. Yep, no, it's gonna be a long stream today, Real Lizard Boy. It's a long game. It takes some long streams to actually put a dent in it. Ooh, do we get Mystic Knight soon? Hooray. That's a fun job. Fire! That did not much. I bet lightning would do better. Boy, that's a very loud status effect visual. No, Bartz, I know. You're affected by something. I can tell. I get it. Is Chemist in the original Super Famicom version, or was it one of the jobs that was added in, like, GBA and later? It is in this one? Oh, these mages sometimes drop fire. Oh, is it weak to fire? That's good to know. Okay, then yeah, maybe we can luck out. Maybe we could a thief steal a fire rod? Or do we just have to hope for a rare drop? Because we can get a rare drop just by waiting. Necromancer, Gladiator, and Cannoneer were in the GBA. Okay, we'll get Chemist later. Cool. That's exciting. And that's a really fun frog elf toad thing. I like it. Excited for Chemist. Thank you for subscribing, New Brain and Lafayette, or Lafayette, not sure if that's how you meant it to be pronounced, and Raging Dave. Welcome. I would be amazed if we don't get a Chemist in Final Fantasy XIV down the road. Or something comparable. Like, Geomancer also seems like one that has to show up at some point. I don't know how it would work, but I'd love to see it. Time Mage could be pretty cool too. Yeah, I'm not really sure how like any of those jobs would function, but I'm sure they'd find a way to make it work. Even if it meant changing like how the job functions to something pretty far afield of what it would be in any of the single player games. Oh, goodness. Raging Dave, thank you for gifting all the subs as well. Quite kind of you. Yay, grinding. There's something calming about it. Is this game grindy? It's fairly grindy. Like, it's... Games with job systems are a little more fun to grind with because of, like, how much there is to be gained by leveling, like, getting different abilities with different jobs and getting more build variety. It's not just, let's keep grinding so that my characters can just become higher level and stronger in a more linear way. Hey, we got the fire rod! Hooray! That's worth a go and save. Yeah, this one's running on, is just as a emulation right now. Generally, I do try to record on original hardware, but I find for the 8 and 16-bit eras that really there's ways I can get higher quality upscaled footage from a lot of older consoles, like the N64 and PS2 and stuff like that don't have HDMI outputs. I've got hardware and upscalers and stuff for that. But once you get this far back, you really need to start getting some very fancy cables or just outright mod the hardware of the original, like, NES or Super Nintendo or whatever else to get it to output a signal that can be upscaled in a really nice, clean way. It is more headache than it's worth to get a nice recordable signal out of those old things, and the emulation tends to run them pretty accurately. So generally I find for getting good usable footage for like a good YouTube video and stuff like that, I find that for the NES and the Super Nintendo or the Genesis, just emulate it, like purchase the game legally wherever that's possible, but then also just for the footage sake, use the emulated version to be able to get good, clean footage of it. Everything from Final Fantasy VII onwards is on original hardware, though. The way I'm recording it and making it just, and running it through upscalers to make it still look nice. Nice, but accurate to how it would have more or less looked, minus the CRT blurring and stuff. Which emulator is this? I want to say it's BSNES, I think. I think that's the one that got me kind of the most... I think it's the one that got me the results I was most satisfied with. For the most part. SNES 9X is nice too. Like, there's several good options at this point, but... Yeah, like... When you're trying to deal with original hardware, even using expensive upscalers and other stuff like that, there's a lot of ways where just the physical components can make a big difference. Like, for instance, I record N64 games on an original N64 we have in here, and I've got an upscaler that, several of them, but I've been using the RetroTink 5X for the N64 lately, and it works really well. The footage could be better, though, and the main problem there is I have an S-cable output from the N64 that's just kind of okay. I am waiting for some of the, like, small manufacturers, like there are some just, like, very small companies that manufacture very limited supplies of really fancy, really nice, like, S-video cables for old hardware and, like, SCART cables and other kinds of outputs for old consoles, but they're in very short supply, so they've been sold out for a long time. I've been trying to keep an eye out, but the signal would look nicer coming out of the Nintendo 64 going into the upscaler if I could get a better cable for that. You're getting really perfectionist by that point, but I try to get the best looking footage I can. Really past that, the only way to get a better signal out of original hardware is to get somebody who's to mod the hardware. Get it in the hands of somebody who can take a chip or something that someone has built to make the N64 put out an RGB signal or out through an HDMI or something, and get someone who knows how to, like, solder stuff in there. You gotta go pretty hardcore, and that's not a skill set I have. So yeah, like, I've just about hit the ceiling on what I can do in terms of footage quality outside of original hardware. Like, S-Video is pretty good. It's just the S-Video cable I have could be improved. I think if I had a better S-Video cable, I'd be content with that. Let's see here. All right, Bartz is level 2 Blue Mage now. He can change. The thief is just kind of Link, isn't he? It's also like the design for the thief that the thief has had since Final Fantasy III, but Link did come first. I'm torn. I like the knight for like the armor and the like weaponry and attacks and stuff. I don't really, there's not a lot of knight skills that I'm dying for. Monk skills are pretty great, but we've already got 2 monks in here who are learning those skills. We're all right on that front. We do need to get some more mages in here. I should really try to figure out what all jobs I want to level up on all these characters. Plan ahead. Yeah, I'll learn a little white magic. Didn't hurt nobody. I don't think I have another weapon for him, but that's fine. These 2 monks are kind of all the physical attack weapon we need. It's punches and heals, and that'll do it. Have a good night, and Fairy. Do I have meal breaks planned? I think by the time I'm getting toward dinner time over here, that might be when I plan on wrapping the stream up for today. I could start it back up later on. We'll see how I feel. I gotta record a bunch of, actually, no, I need to do a bunch of Playframe stuff later tonight, so around dinner time, I'll probably call it for tonight. And we'll do some more next week. I need to plug this laptop in. I keep forgetting to. There we go. Oh, you're...
Thank you.
Thank you for the bits. Something I didn't realize till your Final Fantasy IV video, which in hindsight is obvious but still never occurred to me, is that the pixel resolution of games through so much time was actually consistent because it wasn't limited by the consoles. It was limited by television resolutions. Clear in hindsight, but feels so weird that pixel-wise, Super Mario Bros. Had the same resolution as Super Mario Sunshine. I think the resolution, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure resolution did increase by the time you got to a little bit for N64 and a good bit more for the GameCube. Although, but yes, with CRT blurring and everything, there was only so much you could get really from there was only so much more you could get detail-wise, really. But yeah, between the NES and the Super Nintendo, the resolution didn't change. Actually, the Super Nintendo is technically slightly lower resolution in terms of pixel count on screen than the NES. It really is just color detail. Color count makes such a huge difference. No, well, after I'm done streaming is relatively relaxing compared to recording Let's Play stuff for the most part, just because I'm not feeling pressured to be talking all the time. I will be pretty fried once done streaming, mentally, but doing, like, the playframe stuff I have to do is pretty relaxed and not, like, too mind-intensive or active, so. It should be pretty manageable. Yeah, Alias, do you happen to remember what the resolution on, like, the N64 and original PlayStation were? I'm trying to remember. Because, like, the Nintendo and Super Nintendo are around, like, 256 by 2... It was in the 200s, both directions, for those two. And I want to say that, yeah, like, the N64 got up to, like, 320 by 240 or something, like you wrote there. And then GameCube and all them got up to around 480p. Yeah, like the PS2 and the GameCube are up at around the 480p range. And it wasn't until, like, the Xbox 360 and PS3 that we started getting to, like, 720p as kind of the new standard. So the N64 could do between 320 by 240 and... Oh, so it could do between 240p and 480p, depending. Dreamcast, PS2, and GameCube could go to 480p. And a lot of them could do, like, either interlaced or progressive scan, like Arimnon is saying. So, like, there's some PS2 games that were at 480i, others were at 480p. This stuff gets... Once you start falling down this rabbit hole, there's a lot of depth to it. I've learned a lot in trying to figure out how to record the Final Fantasy series, which has helped for a lot of the other videos I've wanted to do, just because being geared up and set up to be able to record footage from a lot of old game generations is quite nice in this line of work. Or line of hobby, I guess. That's true. I do get paid for this. It's, like, not my main day job, but I do earn money from this, so we can call it a line of work. But yeah, the Xbox 360 era is when we got to HD, technically. And I think that Xbox could do 1080p technically, but I think most of them all ran at 720p. Sometimes less, depending on the other graphics limitations at play. By the time we get to the PS4 and the Xbox One, everything's at 1080p, but not everything is managing 60 FPS. And now 1080p 60 FPS is pretty standard, and the occasional console might push it closer to 4K, maybe not all the way there. And the ones that do push it to 4K, probably not holding 60 FPS. Gran Turismo 4 on PS2 at a 1080i mode? Wow, that's wild. It would be Gran Turismo, though, wouldn't it? I could probably stop grinding at this point. I just sort of fell into a rhythm. So, okay, let's use a tent and let's get our job set up how we want it. I think let's get you back on night so we've got some defense and someone who can cover. The job systems are great. You can like make these sorts of strategic choices from battle to battle as needed. It's great. And let's get you back in the front row. You stay a white mage but have black magic so you can cast some fire stuff. We also have that fire rod we can try using. I love how into the weeds we're getting on graphics and video output formats and stuff like that in chat. I'm proud of you all. Some of y'all definitely know more about all this stuff than I do. I've learned a lot, but there's still a vast ocean beyond my existing knowledge of this stuff. Some of which I've just resigned myself to not ever knowing. I've reached a point of contentment for now. I think the setup will work for me, though. Okay. This time we'll be ready. Hopefully. Very much a fan of how many audio-visual, like, video nerds we have in chat today. It's delightful. Well, Tybert, if you ever remember, by all means, feel free to ask. And there will be future streams. Dan, why do you have a maximum redemption numbers of staying hydrated? Not on purpose. I was pretty sure that's not how I'd set it up when I did it today, but I threw a lot of those together in a little bit of a rush, so it's entirely possible that I set that up wrong, and I'll just fix it later. Fortunately, I mean, I'm sipping at water pretty steadily anyway, without prompting, but some people were asking for it. So I'll get that fixed later on. A stretch option is the one that I should add, because that's the one that I'll be less likely to remember to do. Oh boy, variable FPS. Quote unquote fun to deal with indeed. Isn't that such a fun little fall animation? I love it too. Ow. Hang on. There has been a message delivery. One moment. Hang on. Hold up. I got you. How many points for stretching? Oh, so there's, I can set it up a little bit later period. There's actually like a preset for it in that, we can access. Hang on, let me return the, airmail. There we go. There we are. Okay. Now for the fight. Let's try using that rod thing. See what it do. Well, just a fire spell is not super impressive, but what if? What if? Pretty sure I got a fire rod thing. Oh, do you have to actually equip it? Yeah, I think you do. Oh well. We'll just try winning it this way. Whew, yeah, boy, that knight is really hanging in there. Strong defense. There's some value in having a tank. Whew, boy. That sap effect. Devastating. Real devastating. Hey, it's a win. Not everybody gets the ability points from it, sadly, but I'll take the win. The crystal. Dang. Shouldn't have spent so long grinding. We were too late. Ugh. Sir Galuf. You know who I am? Sir Galuf, I wasn't able to save the crystal. I'm sorry. Tell me, who am I? Protect the fire crystal. The shards of the crystal. Are they lending us their power? I think so. The spirits of heroes that rest in the pieces of crystal. Time Mage. We got Time Mage. We got Mystic Knight. Exciting. We got Summoner. Oh, they're not going to let us have that one, are they? Cruel. Red Mage, nice. And Berserker. They taunt us with a late game job just up there. So cruel. What's happening? The tower's shrinking. But I want that one. Oh. Phooey. Oh boy. I hate to see that. Grrr! Water dog! Sildra! Oh, that, Sildra, you're alive! So, the end? Bleh. Sildra. Sildra, you used the last of your power to rescue us. Sildra, don't die. Oh, come on. Sildra, thank you. Sildra. The thing is, this is sort of a thing they did in 4 as story as well, but like as a running gag. With Sid, right? Because Sid does sort of like a self-sacrifice thing, but then you find out later it's like, oh no, he's fine. And then he's like, here, I'll fix the airship. And then, but then he goes back to sort of like his recovery bed and kind of seems to like, bleh. And then everyone's like, oh no, Sid, no. And they do like sad music, but then he's like, no, I'm like, oh, he's sleeping. And they do that gag a few times. They don't actually have the characters like, oh no, the characters died, oh no. Hey, they're alive, but now they're actually dying, though, oh no. Yeah, a bunch of characters in Final Fantasy II die as well. And weirdly, it actually works a little bit better. At least than this did. But, well, there went that island. Or chunk of the peninsula or whatever. Yeah, and 2, they stayed dead. Our kind king's wounds have put his life in danger. Oh, yeah, maybe we should go check on him. Speaking of which, our lives are also in danger. Pretty hurt. I'm curious, will resting in an inn cure death? Only one way to find out. Well, they look all peppy. Yep. Nothing like a good night's sleep. Oh, we're talking character deaths in Final Fantasies now? Yeah, like, Aerith definitely was not the first by any stretch of the imagination, but the presentation of it was definitely a step up from what Final Fantasy had done before. Yeah, I think the first is Minwu in 2. No, first is Yosef. I think Yosef dies first, and then Minwu happens later. But a lot of the secondary characters in, yeah, I guess Scott technically does too, although he's not like a playable one. Scott's another NPC who you find. He's a like brother of one of your playable characters. And yeah, Aerith is very much a surprise, and really story critical and like a main. It's a very emphasized one that they give a lot of time. So what's our old job situation here? We got lots more jobs we can start dabbling in. So let's have a look here. We got Knight still, Monk, Thief, Berserker. Always Berserk. So strong physical attacks, but you can't control them. They'll just auto physical attack every turn. Mystic Knight. Put up a magic barrier when near death. That's kind of cool. Time Mage. Anyway, moving on. Summoner. Also not much to say. Red Mage. Use elementary black and white magic. Here, we can look at what some of the other characters' job designs are as well. Here's Bart's as Berserker, and Mystic Knight, and Time Mage, Summoner, Red Mage. Let's have you dip into Mystic Knight. Well, somebody should be a Mystic Knight. Maybe you can dip into Red Mage. That way you'll have the white and black magic skills learned. That could be helpful. That could be quite helpful. Ah! A hydrate thing. Very well. Now, I'll be honest, I don't remember what a Mystic Knight does in this one. That's right, it's sort of like elemental damage using their sword, which is kind of cool. Galuf, what do your jobs look like? And what are we turning you into? Alright. Berserker. Mystic Knight. Time Mage. Summoner. And Red Mage. All pretty fun. Curious about Time Mage. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Keep learning. Never hurts to keep learning. And finally, Faris, how do your jobs look? Let's see. Knight, Monk, Thief, Berserker, Mystic Knight. That's a pretty cool Mystic Knight look. Alright, you might be our Mystic Knight contender here. Time Mage is pretty good as well. Faris has a really good collection of job looks. Honestly, the Monk is probably one of the least interesting of all of Faris's job styles. Yeah, like this is a pretty cool little sprite look. I like it. Let's go with it. Restore HP, cure poison and darkness. Ooh, that level 3 Monk ability is pretty nice too. Boy, Monk gets some good abilities. Yeah, let's stick with Mantra. I like it. Elena, it really does feel like you should be starting something else, though. Do Summoner. Summoner would be great. We're really magey right now. We're really probably too magey right now, if I'm honest. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be a red mage yet. Maybe you should keep our more physical damage bases covered. Or just keep being knight to be more tanky and defensive for a bit. Someone has to. Ah, maging is fun. You're all right. We will very quickly find out whether or not this is a good idea. I guess Berserker's kind of a tank too, just not one you can control. Although, that is some damage output though. I wonder how a Berserker plus... Hang on. On whim. Berserker plus... Oh, you don't have monk abilities yet. If Berserker could use Brawl, the ability to where you can just fight barehanded, that seems very, very damaging, yeah? That seems like a good combination. Alright, we're changing you to monk first, Bartz, so that you can get Brawl, because now I just want to see this in action. There we go. I'm pretty sure there's some spells I didn't buy yet. But I don't remember what they are. Hang on. Magic. Alright, we got Cure, Scan, Antidote, Mute, and Armor. Fire, Ice, Bolt, and Sleep. Slow, Regen, and Haste. Chocobo. Okay. We don't have Void. We don't have Sylph. We don't have Remora. Now we do. So like, hey, you want to be cool now? You were a hard fight. How could someone be so cruel as to use Galura like that? Well, I'm glad you're okay. Don't attack me again. You're very strong. A soldier of Karnak was found near the meteor, but Karnak is on a continent far to the west. Without wind to move a boat, how could he have come here? Huh. King's wounds. Right, I should go check on the king at some point, huh? Not like I can do anything about the wounds, but just to see. As with Tycoon, our crystal has shattered. It's said there are 2 more crystals in the world, but I don't know where they are. I'll handle it, maybe. King, you alright? We brought in a wounded soldier from Karnak. He's sleeping in the soldier's room. Okay. I'll look into it. After I free all the prisoners. For fun. Maybe I should save first. Not that I think it's gonna really do anything much. Still, for fun. Oh, thanks, by the way, for subscribing, Jay Schmo. So, who wants out? Hey, will you please let me out of here? Yes. Yay, I'm so lucky. And excited. And he's passed out. Let's leave. Got a little too excited. Oh, hey, Yokum. Sorry your username was taken. But thank you also for subscribing. Also, salt batteries. I'm the great thief, Lone Wolf. Won't you let me out? Sure. Yay, I'm so lucky. Well, don't get too wound up. I'm the great thief, Lone Wolf. I won't forget about you guys. See ya! Well, good. Ah, dang. We're in jail. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, no. I think we're stuck. I think we're in jail. Oh, no. Phew! It was only rusted. We better stay away from that one. That's fun. The door just closes on you for a little while. It's a good joke. I was wondering if we were going to have to reset for a second there. How ready for we for those like optional little rooms and dungeons at this point? Could probably do that little optional hidden one outside. I don't know if we could do the basement though. Princess Lena, if you have the Hiryu, why don't you return to Tycoon? Surely they must all be worried. Please hear the king's request. Okay. So you were correct. King Wolf, are you alright? Please hurry to Karnak. They're also using a machine to amplify the crystal's power. It appears a meteor has also fallen near Karnak. There's no time to waste. All right. Can do. This is my job now, I guess. Sounds like downstairs may be something to hold off on. Wait, not down there. How's the free t-shirt club doing? Great. It was a really fun stream. We'll definitely stream more of that at some point. Cult of the Lamb is great. Where's that room where the soldiers were all parked? It was around here somewhere. Nope. Maybe it was out here. This just leads right out to the water and to the secret little optional place. This, I fear, leads down to dungeons where I'll die. Yep. Getting out of here. Not going in there yet. I think that place might kill me. Maybe it was up here. Yep, there's the place. Silly me. Are you the one? As I was investigating the inside of the meteor that fell by Karnak, I fell unconscious. I found myself in a meteor around some tower. Hey, you. Where am I? Where the heck's my castle? Interesting. You dozed off near one meteor, woke up near another one. Let's go outside and save one more time, because I do want to try that optional area. Not the downstairs basement, because that one seemed a lot meaner. But that other one behind the waterfall seemed intriguing. How do people play this game without dashing? Yeah, I probably should get a thief in the party or someone else with dash equipped. I just don't like giving up a slot for it, nor do I want to go and job change all the time. Boy, I'm terrible at remembering where to go. This way. Yes, having someone who's a thief in your party allows you to dash and move around the space faster. You can also kind of equip that dash ability. Like, once you've leveled someone up high enough, they can equip it in kind of their optional slot. So that you don't have to have a thief in the party, you can just have the dash ability, which is nice, but it does mean giving up a slot for that. Let's see what's in here. In this tower that has water on every floor. That looks good. That looks like a summon. That looks like a summon or something, or a cool spell that I want. Fight! The way you said save state with all caps concerns me. I mean, I'll do it. I'm just concerned. Oh, I see why. I'm the Ice Esper Shiva. Are you fit to be my masters? Let's find out. Let's do! Hey, why do you have backup? Just because I have backup doesn't mean you get to have backup. Fire sword. Ow. Ow, hey. Yeah, this will be a fight, huh? Oh no, Shiva's been around for a bit. Let's see. Haste our healer, please. We're gonna need it. A lot, and honestly, just Cure 1 is not going to be probably enough for us here. Better than nothing, though. That's a good hit. Mystic Knight is something I like. Ow. We should probably come in here better prepared, huh? Boy, that fire sword move, though. Very cool. Yeah, we might not be strong enough to beat Shiva very easily yet. Here, we can try to top off a little, but even so... Even with an early all-out assault, I think we might be in a bit of trouble trying that fight. I am curious about this rod breaking thing that y'all have been mentioning. So, Galuf has the fire rod equipped. Yeah? Yeah. So is it basically just using that item when in the fight? I don't know, let's see what happens. And if this doesn't work, then we'll just leave and come back later. Fire! Ow! Yeah, these folks are just hitting very hard right now. Fire. 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 Fire rod. Wow. Oh, and it shatters. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we destroyed the rod, but did also do bonkers damage in doing it. That's cool. Yeah, like, it is interesting that it actually does destroy the item. Usually in other Final Fantasies, you can just use the rod and it, like, casts a spell with it. Whew, close. That's a heck of a result. Kind of cool. And we win, so you know what? I'll take it. Probably want to use that kind of sparingly until I can get those sorts of... but we got a nice rod, so hey. But yeah, until we can get those kinds of rods in more abundance in shops and whatever. Still, though, that's effective. Cool. I'll take it. Let's get out of here. Oh, right. You don't have a weapon. Why might that be? Let's see what some summons look like. Have a chocobo. That works. It was a good time to use the fire rod. Of all the times to use one, that was a good one. There we go. I really do like these toads. Let's see, Sylph. Ooh, a little bit of health drain. Cool. What about Void? What does Void... Oh, Void does something to me? Yeah. I'm sure that did something. Oh, like status clearing? That'd be very good if that applies to everybody in the party. Magic Void if label removed. A little regen, perhaps. Delightful. Remora. Latch on. Yeah, I'll have to look that one up later. Oh, it's an ice rod, so it healed it. Ah, that makes sense. I should probably put him in the back row. Well, we lived to tell the tale of fighting Shiva. Astonishingly. Phoenix Down does usually kill undead things. Yeah. Void is a silent spell that doesn't actually work in this nest version. Oh, okay, well. Bummer. Yeah, I'll have to do a little research on some more of the spells and things. See, how long have we been going at this point? About 5.5 hours? It might be a good time to kind of stop and see about getting some food and doing some of the other work I gotta do tonight. Seems like a good stopping point. So yeah, here, we'll do a little save. Perfect. And we will plan on coming back probably a couple times like next week to get further into this. We're making some good headway. Before we wrap up though, I should probably check and see. Let's get some tunes going again for one. There we go. Let's see if this works. It didn't work super well last time on account of how many people there were. I'm curious if the end credits will behave a little better this time. Difficult to say. I'm changing the speed settings as well. We'll just see. We'll just see what happens. We will find out together. Rolling them credits. That's a much more manageable speed. I'm glad I figured that out. Yay! So thank you for donating, Yana Silveron. And for all the bits, Chakal Draconis, Raise Hux, Zodiac Shadow, Anonymous Cheerer, PFQ Niet, Yen Tried, Fearless Sun, Erimnon, Zazbach, Cultured Gull, Artematthew, That One Redacted, Philomera, RLB Johansson, Dare Damon, Angel Collina, Calm Madness 42, Star Tracings, Arc Flash Hazard, and Kimana. Thank you to our moderators today, Ashton, Endra Kipstar, and Superjaws, and Vard Northborn. And to all our new followers. This is going to be a much longer list, but welcome. Big Sunday, Zaiji KR, Navy Bill 8607. The new followers may be a lot. That may not be a thing to always do in the credits. I could see some days that being an extremely long list. Poor Moobot. You're right, Moobot deserves respect. I'm very grateful to all of you for joining me today, keeping me company while I record more Final Fantasy V. Yeah, I'm very much liking the end credits for supporters. You know, in future, I should not include new followers in here as well, just in case there are people who want to follow but not, like, get, like, called out or talked to who are wanting to be just kind of quietly there. Might be a nice consideration. Yeah, all right, we'll do that in the future. But, like, donors and bits and new subscribers and all that, for sure. Worth giving thanks to and recognizing. Also, I gotta get my music visualizer working again. Yeah, thanks to all new followers would work pretty well. I'll have to see if that's something that I can add in here. It's a very helpful tool, this end credits feature, but I've clearly not figured it all the way out. There we go. And of course, all of our new and returning subscribers, which really it's all just new subscribers at this point. Ebwiz, Elvis Führer, Asaloon, Exeter DX, Stupogo, Zorlok Dark Soul, Dara Damon, Astro Pippin, Emberfish, Arlinja, Jocool 190, Durza Valdez, Char Mooner, Znackerfin, Tresmolo, Jarnakarl, Cheers 2015, Adiol. This is going to be fun with me trying to just say names, and I probably just can't get to all of them. But thank you, Rage Anonymous, and folks like Tylagomaniac, Sumigal, Draconth, Control Mage 86, Bluefish, Sludgeven. Just a bunch of lovely folks. There were a lot of gifted subs. Also, thank you, Zote. Oh, Barry is a subscriber now, probably on account of the all the dang gifted subs. A huge thank you to all these folks. And hey, while more names are scrolling, I suppose I can look back and make sure there weren't any other like, I want to say super chats because that's like a helpful term that like stream folk are familiar with, but that's kind of a YouTube specific thing though, right? Just like bit donation and bit and donation comments, I guess. A very YouTube specific thing. Yeah. Kind of figured. Oh, they are adding super chats now? Oh, nice. Trying out a functionally identical feature. Okay, so cool, but then that does mean that super chats is not a great term for just looking back for like folks' comments with their own donations and things. I do think I was actually pretty good about reading most of them, though, as they came in. For a change. Anyway. Slowly figuring out how to do this end of a stream thing. Day by day. Thank you all so much for joining me for the start of Final Fantasy V. There's definitely going to be more. Because it's going to take a good handful of streams to actually wrap this game up. But I wonder. Oh, goodness. We're spoiled for choice on raidable folk. You know what? Let's raid Nicole. I don't think I've raided Nicole yet. Nicole, for those who don't know, I've been joining Dan Jones for some monthly Dungeons and Dragons games. Dan Jones and Dragons, we call it. One of the other players in that campaign is Nicole Goodnight, who is playing Power Wash Simulator right now and has a lovely voice. She's a voice actor as well. And I imagine that's a pretty good chill time. Might be a good energy to move to next. So let's prep for a raid then. Prepare your hunks and whatnot. And go enjoy a chill time. I assume it's a chill time. Maybe it's just like the most not chill, very intense game of Power Wash Simulator you've ever seen. It's hard to imagine what that could possibly look like though. In either case, I hope you all enjoy. And I'll see you again probably sometime next week for a stream of something else. I got a busy weekend of stuff to do. Take care, everybody, and thank you again. Goodbye till next time.